Chapter 1667. Observing from the side. Yen Zhaoge saw that there was nothing unusual about the blue-clothed woman herself. She seemed to be the same as Princess Hundred Blossoms back then. She had no memories of her previous life, and no one gave her any special instructions. This blue-clothed woman was no different from the other Immortal Court heretic experts, fighting against the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhist heretic experts. Previously, she was injured by the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhist Bantis. During the battle, she had also killed the blessed lands of the White Lotus's martial art practitioners. There were dangers, but there were rewards. The blessed lands of the White Lotus took the initiative to attack the Immortal Court. From a certain perspective, they're also protecting their homeland together with the others. Yen Zhaoge observed the blue-clothed woman and the Kuei Wood Wolf. The war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was destined to last for a long time. As time passed, under the attention of Yen Zhaoge and the Kuei Wood Wolf, the blue-clothed woman pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the immortal realm after many years of continuous battles. For heretic martial artists to push open the gate of immortality, it mainly depended on the treasured light imbued with faith energy or Buddhist light. It depended on their pious faith towards the immeasurable heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. The differences between individuals were largely reduced. However, no matter how small the difference was, it did not equal to zero. The difference still existed. The same person, with the support of the faith energy treasured light, personal talent and experience to a certain extent, could also more or less help her improve faster. The blue-robed woman had obtained a bit of luck during the battle and had successfully taken the final step, achieving a leakless body and the true immortal realm. When the war between the two heretics broke out, an additional true immortal in the Immortal Court would not be a decisive factor. But for the blue-clothed woman, it allowed her to move around in a larger area. The battles she could participate in were of a higher level, the responsibilities she shouldered were heavier, and the results were more abundant. At the same time, the opponents they faced were stronger, and the situation was more dangerous. Regardless of whether it was a supremacy martial sage or a leakless true immortal, in a battle of this scale, casualties were very common. In another great battle, the blue-clothed woman was in danger again. A life and death crisis. The other Immortal Court martial artists couldn't save him in time. In the face of death, all living beings faced the greatest degree of equality, and this woman in blue was no exception. As for the experts of the Immortal Court who were of a higher level, they naturally had opponents of the same level to deal with. No one had the spare strength to help. What was about to happen was a slaughter that couldn't be more normal under the current circumstances. The blue-robed woman was about to follow in the footsteps of some of the Immortal Court's fellow Taoists and become a sacrifice in this war. Yen Zhaoge's attention was highly focused as he observed the movements of the Kuei Wood Wolf. It could be seen that the Kuei Wood Wolf was also completely focused at this moment. However, the target of his full attention was not the blue-clothed woman that he suspected to be Hundred Blossom Shyness. Anyway, with his cultivation level, the scene of those true immortals and profound immortals seemed to be moving in slow motion. He had plenty of time. The Kuei Wood Wolf was observing the surrounding movements at this moment. Watch to see if it's a scam or a trap. He wanted to see if anyone else would save the blue-clothed woman if he didn't make a move. He observed whether he would suddenly be ambushed or besieged by others if he were to make a move, watching to see if anyone else was watching him. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone transformed into a demon instead of imitating a Buddhist. Therefore, his action didn't alarm the Kuei Wood Wolf. However, Kuei Wood Wolf didn't notice that someone from Buddhism or Immortal Court was staring at him. Even if there was it would only be a normal surveillance. There was nothing special about it. If there's really someone like the Taoism lineage's heavenly lord Luo Yuan ambushing me, I can't say anything even if I die. The Kuei Wood Wolf laughed self-mockingly. He looked at the blue-clothed woman and sighed. In the end, I can't just watch. Under the astonished gazes of the Chiosho Immortal and the other great demons, the Kuei Wood Wolf suddenly took a step forward and descended into that world. The difference in strength between the two was too obvious. Without harming anyone, the Kuei Wood Wolf easily saved the blue-clothed woman. The surrounding immortal court and blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic experts were caught unprepared. The Buddhist Bantis from the blessed lands of the White Lotus were puzzled when the grand heavenly realm and grand virtual realm experts of the immortal court noticed the commotion. They were initially shocked. They couldn't understand why the demon race great sage, who was supposed to be the ally of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, would block the blessed lands of the White Lotus's attack and save an immortal court martial art practitioner. The Kuei Wood Wolf didn't explain much. Since he had already made a move, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly left the battlefield with the blue-clothed woman. When the Western Pure Land of Pure Land's Buddha, who originally planned to intercept him, arrived, the Wood Wolf of Kuei had already left with his people. Although he didn't understand what the Kuei Wood Wolf was trying to do, the Buddha still intercepted him when he saw him leaving. The Kuei Wood Wolf exchanged a blow with the Buddha. Not wanting to continue fighting, he transformed into a black gust of wind and left. If he wanted to leave, even the Buddha wouldn't be able to stop him. Before the other experts from the Western Pure Land of Bliss could reinforce and surround him, the Wood Wolf of Kuei had already left and fled into the vast void, leaving the Buddhas from the Pure Land of Bliss puzzled. The Chiosho Immortal also looked at the Kuei Wood Wolf with a blank expression. What are you doing? If you suddenly wanted to eat some flesh and blood, you could have found it anywhere. Why did you have to do this? Or could it be that you can't control your lower half? That's my slut, the Kuei Wood Wolf said. Although she has reincarnated, I can still recognize her. The Chiosho Immortal frowned and sized up the lady in blue for a while. Facing the Kuei Wood Wolf, the lady in blue didn't show much fear or panic. Putting aside her vigilance, it was worth noting that she didn't seem to remember the relationship between her and the Kuei Wood Wolf in her previous life. Could you have mistaken her? The Chiosho Immortal said doubtfully. How many years has it been since you last saw your slut? If you don't remember that your slut used to be Taishu, then it's been so long, you probably reincarnated far more than once, right? I wouldn't mistake her for anyone else, the Kuei Wood Wolf said decisively. The Chiosho Immortal waved his hand. Let's assume that you didn't mistake her for someone else. However, you remember her, but she obviously doesn't recognize you. What's the use of bringing her back now? After a slight pause, he glanced at the Kuei Wood Wolf. If I remember correctly, you seem to have forcefully married her once back then? In the end, because of this woman, you lost the humanly essence stone fragment and ruined the Eastern Emperor's plan. What happened back then was caused by the Buddhist sect. Even the fact that she didn't awaken her innate wisdom when she first descended to the mortal world and lost her memories of the past was also related to this. The Wood Wolf of Kuei gritted its teeth and said, I've always been the one to implicate her, so I've been restraining myself from looking for her all these years, but we still met in the end. Immortal Chiosho narrowed its eyes. Someone deliberately used her to deal with you? It doesn't look like it, the Kuei Wood Wolf said. Otherwise, I couldn't have brought him out so easily. That might not be the case, Immortal Chiosho said bluntly. Don't forget what we told you before about the characteristics of this outer path treasure light. Chapter 1668. Hearing Immortal Chiosho's words, the Kuei Wood Wolf did not retort and remained silent. Before the great calamity, he was in the heavenly court's divine palace. Kuei Woodwolf had a preliminary understanding of the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic lineage created by the future Buddha, Maitreya, after the Great Calamity. He lived in seclusion and rarely ventured out of the Astro Mountains' starry seas. He had never left the Astro Mountains' starry seas until recently. This was his first time coming into contact with the immortal court. However, the Kuei Woodwolf already had some understanding of the other great demons within the Astro Mountains' starry seas. He was not completely clueless about the immortal court. For example, he knew that even if he abducted the blue-clothed woman who reincarnated Hundred Blossom Shyness, it would be futile. She insisted on being sincere and worshipping the immeasurable heavenly Lord. She was an enemy of the demon race. However, it didn't matter if Hundred Blossom Shyness had recovered her previous life's wisdom and memories or was willing to listen to Kuei Woodwolf's words. Once she rebelled and doubted the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court, and was no longer devout, then as long as the immeasurable heavenly Lord or other high-level experts of the immortal court willed it, she would perish once again. Moreover, the immortal court heretic's treasured light imbued with faith power originated from her soul. Hence, if Hundred Blossom Shyness' soul was to be preserved and reincarnated, the treasured light imbued with faith power would also follow her. Once one entered the heretic path, it would be hard to turn back. This was no different from putting the Kuei Woodwolf in a dilemma. It would be better not to save her than to save her. However, the yellow-robed great sage did not regret his decision. Instead, he said to Immortal Chio seriously, "I want her to stay." Immortal Chio looked at the Kuei Woodwolf in disbelief. After a while, he said, "Is there a need to go this far?" Of course, the Kuei Woodwolf answered straightforwardly. Before he acted, he was still hesitant and conflicted. Now that he acted, he no longer hesitated and decided to walk this path to the end. Looking at the Kuei Woodwolf's expression, Immortal Chio became wary. The Kuei Woodwolf's attitude made him suspicious. If he really couldn't resolve the issue, the Kuei Woodwolf might even side with the immortal court. The Kuei Woodwolf was already a golden immortal, so it was naturally impossible and had no reason to kneel before the immortal court. However, with the Western Pure Lands waiting by the side, as a great sage of the demon race, he didn't have to worry about not having a place to go. The Western Pure Lands naturally welcomed him, and the immortal court was also happy to cooperate. With Immortal Chiosho's experience, he couldn't imagine anyone doing this, but his instincts were warning him that this could really happen. To the Astro Mountains, starry seas, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, it was naturally hard for them to accept such an outcome. Even though the Kuei Woodwolf had just ascended to the Grand Immortal realm and was inexperienced, he was a Grand Immortal that wasn't a heretic, so he naturally couldn't be underestimated. In the current world, other than those who had benefited from the Fiend God's empowerment, the number of grand heavenly realm experts who had ascended after the Great Calamity who were not heretics could be counted on one's fingers. Fortunately, it was not impossible for the Astro Mountain Starry Sea to keep the yellow-robed great sage, Kuei Woodwolf. Since she has already entered the outer path, it will be too difficult for her to break free. Immortal Chiosho said slowly, "However, if you really want to be with her, there is another way." The Kuei Woodwolf did not say anything. Immortal Chiosho had already thought of the method he mentioned. He could have the higher-ups of the blessed lands of the White Lotus forcefully purify Hundred Blossoms, transforming the Taoism heretics into the Buddhism heretics, and transforming the treasured light imbued with faith power into the Buddha light imbued with faith power. During the past few years of war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, both sides had done this many times. It could even be considered as a daily occurrence. Only most of the time, it was only suitable for those with lower cultivation. Among the martial art practitioners who had pushed open the immortal door, there were very few similar situations. However, for the current situation of the Kuei Woodwolf and 100 Blossoms, this was the safest solution. Of course, from another perspective, it could also be said to be a hopeless situation. Since they had already entered the outer path, they might as well switch sides. At the very least, they would still be on the same side. The Kuei Woodwolf had also thought of this method. However, if there was any other hope, he naturally hoped that 100 Blossoms could be like him and not walk the path of the outer path. Unfortunately, Immortal Chiosho's reply disappointed his hopes. The green-furred lion remained silent and quietly looked at the Kuei Woodwolf. He knew that the Kuei Woodwolf had also thought of this method. Whether or not the Kuei Woodwolf could accept it depended on itself. This would also decide how the Astro Mountain's Starry Sea would treat the Kuei Woodwolf in the future. Immortal Chiosho's eyelids drooped. He remained silent and quietly waited for the Kuei Woodwolf to make up his mind. Let's do it this way. Let's find a Buddha from the central blessed lands of Saha to handle this matter. The Kuei Woodwolf pondered for a moment and came to a decision. Grand heavenly realm and leakless illumination shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, we will be helping from the side. Immortal Chiosho opened his eyes and looked at the Kuei Woodwolf in satisfaction. The central blessed lands of Saha currently has the upper hand. They should be able to coordinate and send out manpower. You don't have to worry. That's good. The Kuei Woodwolf silently nodded. He opened his palm, and a ball of radiance flickered in his palm. The flickering radiance seemed like an independent heaven and earth. Within the heaven and earth, a blue-clothed woman was meditating. Her body was covered in radiance imbued with the power of faith. She seemed to be trying to establish a connection with a higher-level Immortal Court bigwig through the radiance imbued with the power of faith. The radiance was bizarre and profound. The Kuei Woodwolf couldn't even block it, and had to be handled carefully. Although the blue-clothed woman seemed to be quiet, she had already been causing a ruckus for a long time. Helpless, she couldn't break through the Kuei Woodwolf's restraints with her own strength. Hence, she gave up on struggling and tried contacting the outside world instead. Seeing how she was trying to escape from the enemy's clutches, the Kuei Woodwolf sighed in his heart. Immortal Chiosho still didn't think much of it. However, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he contacted Downlord Luya and the other great demon experts within the Astro Mountain's Starry Sea. At the same time, he contacted a Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus from the battlefield where the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were fighting. The blessed lands of the White Lotus quickly responded. No matter if it was to stabilize the Kuei Woodwolf or to gain another expert who had pushed open the immortal door, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were naturally more than happy to help. However, the incoming manpower caused the Kuei Woodwolf to frown. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Give me some time, and I'll guarantee your wife's safety. The Buddha in front of him sat on a white lotus with a solemn expression. However, the Kuei Woodwolf didn't reply immediately. Instead, he glanced at Immortal Chiosho. The Dingguang Buddha will definitely not disappoint us, said Immortal Chiosho. The blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha, who came to assist them, was none other than the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. No matter if it was the Immortal Chiosho or the Kuei Woodwolf, they weren't unfamiliar with him. During the ancient era, the three of them had attended lectures under the Taoism's prime clear lineage. However, it was precisely because they understood him too well that the Kuei Woodwolf wasn't at ease. If it was anything else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, the 100 Flowers Shameful Buddha's title alone was enough to make him unhappy. Chapter 1669. The Kuei Woodwolf looked at the Dingguang Joyous Buddha with a strange gaze. He was an old acquaintance of the long-eared Dingguang immortal, who was now the Dingguang joyous Buddha. If it was the long-eared fixed-light immortal from the ancient era, the Kuei Wood Wolf definitely wouldn't mind. However, the Wood Wolf of Kuei had no choice but to pay attention to the path that the long-eared Dingguang immortal had taken after entering Buddhism in the Middle Era. Although Dingguang joyous Buddha was in Buddhism, and he was in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Kuei Wood Wolf still had some understanding of Dingguang joyous Buddha's cultivation method. Now that the matter involved 100 flowers, how could the Wood Wolf of Kuei feel happy when it saw the Dingguang joyous Buddha? He looked at the Dingguang joyous Buddha, then at the Chiosho immortal. He couldn't help but suspect that the Astro Mountains' starry seas and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were working together to deal with him. Immortal Chiosho straightened his expression and nodded at Kuei Wood Wolf. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Dingguang Buddha has never done anything wrong." To be fair, when Immortal Chiosho saw the Dingguang joyous Buddha appear, he also felt a pain in the ass. The joyous Buddha's reputation in certain aspects was too bad, so it was no wonder that Kuei Wood Wolf was unhappy. To put it bluntly, it was simply provocative and humiliating, and it seemed as if it was intentionally making things difficult for the Kuei Wood Wolf. As a great demon of the Astro Mountains' starry seas, Immortal Chiosho was dissatisfied with the blessed lands of the White Lotus the moment he saw the Dingguang joyous Buddha. The Dingguang joyous Buddha appeared calm. In reality, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't have any other intentions. It was purely because the Dingguang joyous Buddha happened to be free after the coordination, so he came over. While the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand against the immortal court, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to retaliate. The blessed lands of the White Lotus could not possibly ask the Buddha, who was currently fighting against the immortal court heavenly lord, to turn around and expose his back to his opponent. In the end, the Dingguang joyous Buddha happened to be able to free his hands and come over to help. Immortal Chiosho thought for a while. Although Dingguang joyous Buddha cultivated a special technique, he should be able to understand the severity of this matter. He would not deliberately provoke the Kuei Wood Wolf. In fact, the two of them had even more reason to find trouble with the Dingguang joyous Buddha. The Wood Wolf of Kuei had attained the body of the great sage of the demon clan, and its strength was even stronger than the Dingguang joyous Buddha, who attained the Buddha fruit through the heretic path. The Astro Mountains' starry seas' overall strength similarly surpassed the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Even if Dingguang joyous Buddha really did not have such a thought, it would be suppressed to the point that it would vanish into thin air. Therefore, Immortal Chiosho took the initiative to mediate. The meaning of his words was actually hinting to Kuei Wood Wolf that Dingguang joyous Buddha was a smart person and would not act recklessly. Just like how Immortal Chiosho and Kuei Wood Wolf understood Dingguang joyous Buddha, Dingguang joyous Buddha also understood Kuei Wood Wolf's temper and Immortal Chiosho's temper. Dingguang joyous Buddha had also heard about the past between Kuei Wood Wolf and 100 Blossom Bashfulness. He knew how much Kuei Wood Wolf valued 100 Blossom Bashfulness. After enlightening this lady benefactor, you may bring her back to the Astro Mountains' starry sea. Dingguang joyous Buddha said with a smile, "I believe that my Buddha Maitreya will not object." Heretic warriors were completely tied to the immeasurable heavenly lord or the future Buddha. During the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, heretics could participate in the war depending on the situation. The Dingguang joyous Buddha was implying that even if 100 Blossoms Bashfulness joined the blessed lands of the White Lotus, she wouldn't need to participate in the war against the immortal court. Of course, this wasn't because of 100 Blossoms Bashfulness herself. It was purely because the blessed lands of the White Lotus was willing to sell the Kuei Wood Wolf out as a favor to the demon race. Dingguang joyous Buddha's words were equivalent to expressing his stance. Under such circumstances, if he were to act recklessly, he wouldn't be selling the kuei would wolf out as a favor. Instead, he would be provoking the demon race. Ding Guang, joyous Buddha, was aware of the severity of the situation. Hearing his words, Kuei would wolf's expression calmed down and nodded silently. He opened his palm, and a clump of light appeared. It was independent of the heavens and earth, and 100 Blossoms' bashfulness reincarnated blue-clothed woman resided within. Ding Guang, joyous Buddha, received the clump of light and sat in the lotus position. The Buddha radiance around his body became increasingly dazzling and denser. The Buddha radiance, imbued with faith power, landed within the clump of light in his hand and enveloped 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. As if sensing an ominous sign, the immortal court heretic treasured light, imbued with faith power within 100 Blossoms' bashfulness body, started flickering even more intensely, resisting the Buddha radiance. However, compared to a grand heavenly realm Buddha, 100 Blossoms' bashfulness current leakless true immortal realm cultivation was obviously insufficient. The treasured light imbued within her body couldn't even retaliate, and was immediately suppressed by Ding Guang, joyous Buddha. Under the Ding Guang, joyous Buddha's Buddha radiance, imbued with faith power, the treasured light imbued within 100 Blossoms' bashfulness body started retreating. However, the radiance didn't disappear. Instead, its appearance gradually changed. The heavenly music gradually weakened, while the chanting of Buddhism gradually became louder. The blue-clothed woman's face was filled with resistance. She continuously chanted the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. However, her gaze slowly turned blank. Ding Guang, joyous Buddha's appearance was solemn, and his expression was solemn. He chanted the Buddha's name, Namo Maitreya Buddha. In the blue-clothed woman's heart, the Maitreya Buddha's name started suppressing the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The Kuei Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal stood by the side and watched the Ding Guang, joyous Buddha's Buddha radiance revolving around his body in silence. From afar, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone concealed his aura and didn't approach. He looked at the dazzling Buddha radiance imbued with faith power from afar. Due to the distance being too far, and to avoid attracting the attention of demon race great sages like the Kuei Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal, Yen Zhaoge didn't act recklessly. As such, he couldn't see the situation clearly. However, after seeing the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha radiance, he already knew what was going on. They found a Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus and tried to forcefully illuminate the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness, causing her to switch her allegiance to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and become a heretic of Buddhism. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. As he was pondering, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards another direction. There, the faraway void suddenly opened up, and numerous green lotuses approached. Other than the green lotuses, streams of light flickered. The Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly and turned his head to look at the Kuei Wood Wolf and the others. The treasured light, imbued with faith power from the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness body that hadn't been cleansed, yet was still guiding the direction of the Immortal Court's top-notch experts to a certain extent. The Kuei Wood Wolf was enraged by the sudden arrival of the pursuers. However, the Ding Guang, joyous Buddha's illumination of the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness was at a crucial moment, and he couldn't move at all. The Kuei Wood Wolf could only move forward and obstruct the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people from approaching. The Chiu Shou Immortal's expression was filled with dissatisfaction as well. However, he still went forward together with the Kuei Wood Wolf. Of course, they didn't forget to summon the nearby great demons. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone silently approached. However, he wasn't in the mood to fight against the Western Pure Lands Buddhas. Instead, He was thinking about whether he could obtain any benefits from the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. Looking at the layers of Buddha radiance imbued with faith power, Yen Zhaoge was contemplating. Suddenly, he realized that something was amiss. The layers of Buddhist light actually showed signs of instability at this moment. Chapter 1670. The Dingguang joyous Buddha was furious as well. Enlightening shyness, 100 Blossoms wasn't difficult at all. After all, the disparity between their cultivation realms was obvious. However, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people had arrived. Since the Kuei, Wood Wolf, and Qiu Shou Immortal were there to handle the situation, the Dingguang joyous Buddha could just continue with his own matters. Who would have thought that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks? It just so happened that such a small matter had to go wrong now. The Dingguang joyous Buddha was shocked to discover that the blue-clothed lady that he had enlightened had undergone a new transformation. The Immortal Quartz treasured light, imbued with faith power that was gradually dimming, had actually regained its original state. The Dingguang joyous Buddha's heart trembled. He increased his strength and suppressed the treasured light imbued with faith power, turning it back into his own Buddha light imbued with faith power. Yet, as if fortune had arrived at its zenith, the treasured light imbued with faith power suddenly brightened once again, causing the Dingguang joyous Buddha's previous efforts to go to waste. She did not devour his Buddha light to strengthen herself. Instead, it was more like a cycle. Every time it reached its end, it would start anew. Such a situation immediately attracted the Dingguang joyous Buddha's attention. To him, it was even more stimulating than the Kuei, Wood Wolf, and Shyness 100 Blossoms. Could it be that my central blessed lands of Saha is unable to enlighten the Immortal Quartz people? The Dingguang joyous Buddha's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If this question was true, the impact it would bring would far surpass the Immortal Court gaining a few grand heavenly immortals. As a higher-up expert of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was naturally extremely concerned about this. While it was unexpected, he also felt that it was unimaginable. Currently, the two heretic lineages were waging war against each other, and the war had lasted for a certain period of time. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand in attacking the Immortal Quartz territory. Amidst the conflict, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had also gained some benefits. The martial art practitioners and mortals that were enlightened did not experience anything like the current Shyness 100 Blossoms situation. However, those who were enlightened previously had a rather low cultivation. The Dingguang joyous Buddha muttered to himself, "Only those who have pushed open the immortal door would behave like this." He no longer cared about the Kuei Wood Wolf's thoughts as he started seriously inspecting the blue-clothed lady. The Dingguang joyous Buddha did not have the time to care about the Kuei Wood Wolf's thoughts. After a short while, Dingguang joyous Buddha discovered something. What is this? At this moment, in the sight of the Dingguang joyous Buddha, there was an item hidden in the Naiwan Palace between the eyebrows of the 100 flowers. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of dead wood. When shyly 100 flowers' faith imbued precious light dimmed to a certain limit, this branch would once again sprout, like a withered tree coming back to life. Following the transformation of the tree branch, bashful 100 Blossoms' treasured light, imbued with faith power, returned to its previous level, neutralizing the Dingguang joyous Buddha's illumination method of transforming treasured light into Buddhist light. So it's the Huanyang wood. How ingenious! Seeing this, Dingguang joyous Buddha heaved a sigh of relief, but as long as we know the details, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can easily break it. He immediately broke the withered branches hidden in the Hyakuhana Shurikamaru. With his level, breaking the withered branches was not difficult at all. On the contrary, Breaking the withered branches without harming the 100 flowers' shyness divine soul was more of a test of his skills, but it was not difficult. However, right after the Dingguang joyous Buddha broke the withered tree branch, the broken branch suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly exuberant light. As the treasured light, imbued with faith power, engulfed bashful 100 blossoms and energized her, it also engulfed Dingguang joyous Buddha. In Dingguang joyous Buddha's shock, he vaguely saw a white jade door within the treasure light. "I've been tricked." Dingguang joyous Buddha quickly reacted. Generally speaking, even the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Gautama Buddha could not forcibly illuminate a pinnacle grand luo, not even a heretic grand luo. And yet Dingguang joyous Buddha was opening the door to a thief to a certain extent, giving the immeasurable heavenly Lord a chance. There's something else hidden within the Huanyang wood. Guanyuan dust. No wonder. He wouldn't have succeeded otherwise. Dingguang joyous Buddha was a little flustered. Isn't that thing extinct long ago? Why does the immeasurable heavenly Lord still have it? If not for the fact that Guanyuan dust was widely acknowledged to be extinct, there would have been countless similar traps. Still, it was precisely because of this that Dingguang joyous Buddha was careless and fell for it. He barely managed to maintain himself, chanting the name of the Maitreya Buddha to prevent the immeasurable heavenly Lord from succeeding. While he had defected to the heretics, Dingguang joyous Buddha was still a grand luo. He resisted with all his might and fell into a stalemate. However, Dingguang joyous Buddha's expression was extremely ugly. Currently, the immeasurable heavenly Lord wanted to illuminate him, which was why he could barely resist. However, once the immeasurable heavenly Lord lost his patience, he could directly kill Dingguang joyous Buddha in his current state. Even the Maitreya Buddha would not be able to protect him. As he thought of this, Dingguang joyous Buddha looked at the blue-clothed lady again, revealing a ferocious gaze. In terms of inner thoughts, it wasn't just the Kuei-wood wolf who disliked Dingguang joyous Buddha. Dingguang joyous Buddha disliked the Kuei-wood wolf even more. During the ancient era, he was a grand Luo realm long-eared Dingguang joyous immortal, while his opponent was merely a grand virtual immortal. During the Middle Era, he joined Buddhism and became the Dingguang joyous Buddha. As the Middle Era ended, and he entered this era, the central blessed lands of Saha was in chaos. Buddhism could barely fend for itself, and he was heavily injured by the prime clear bigwigs, causing him to fall from the grand heavenly realm. This fall left him with a deep wound, and Dingguang joyous Buddha could no longer rely on himself to survive the origin heavenly tribulation. In the end, he was left with no choice but to join the blessed lands of the White Lotus, becoming a heretic and achieving Buddhist enlightenment once more. However, compared to the past, the present was still not as good as the past. As for the Kuei-wood wolf, who had suffered a tribulation and entered the investiture god board, he had left the investiture god board after the great calamity. Now, he didn't even walk on the heretic path and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Comparing the two, how could Dingguang joyous Buddha feel at ease? Only times had changed. No matter if he was willing or not, the Kuei-wood wolf had surpassed him, and the Astral Mountains' starry sea had surpassed the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As such, Dingguang joyous Buddha quickly adjusted his mentality and cooperated with the Kuei-wood wolf and the horned head immortal. In the end, seeing that he was about to suffer a calamity, Dingguang joyous Buddha instantly had evil thoughts. If he killed 100 Blossom Shyness, he could sever the immeasurable heavenly Lord's illumination and escape from his current predicament. At the same time, he could also ensure his own safety, and he wouldn't be killed by the immeasurable heavenly Lord after he became impatient. Even if he offended the Kuei-wood wolf, the future Buddha would settle the lawsuit with the Eastern monarch Tai. He wouldn't have to sacrifice his life for 100 Blossom Shyness. This woman has yet to lose her primordial een. I might as well go all the way. As his evil thoughts rose, Dingguang Joyous Buddha's previous apprehensions were all gone. Since he could push the blame to the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, he could just destroy the corpse and get rid of the evidence. Chapter 1671. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha revealed an ominous glint in his eyes. He looked into the distance. There, the Kuei Wood Wolf, Qiusho Immortal, and other great demons were fighting against the Western Pure Lands Buddhist banties. While they were obstructing the Buddhist bigwigs, weren't they being held back by the Buddhist bigwigs as well? The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's Buddha light flickered unstably. The Kuei Wood Wolf, who was worried about 100 Flowers blushing, immediately noticed it. Although he didn't know the exact situation, the Kuei Wood Wolf was also worried. However, with the Buddhist banties holding him back, the Kuei Wood Wolf couldn't break through the encirclement and return. Seeing this, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's final worry disappeared. He immediately turned around and looked at the blue-clothed woman. On the other side, a silhouette suddenly appeared by the void. It was faintly discernible, seemingly existing yet not. That silhouette quietly approached the flickering Buddha light. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone appeared and obstructed the silhouette. Yen Zhaoga looked over and saw a Taoist wearing a crimson robe. His face was blue, and his hair resembled cinnabar. 3 eyes were opened wide on his forehead, and he was riding on a golden-eyed camel. This Taoist held a sword and had 3 heads and 6 arms. His appearance was similar to the Grand Sui, Heavenly Lord, Yin Jiao. After seeing his appearance, Yen Zhaoga came to a realization. So it's the pestilence demon, vast Heavenly Emperor. I've long heard of you. That Taoist's name was Lu Yu. During the ancient era, he was a bigwig of the prime clear lineage. He established his own residence on the 9 Dragons Island, and his name was rather resounding. He possessed various treasures, such as the tangible heavenly seal, the plague bell, the fixed plague banner, the plague finger sword, and many others. His strange divine abilities were sharp, and he had made a name for himself during the ancient era. During the investiture of the gods' battle, Lu Yu suffered a calamity and entered the investiture god board. He entered the heavenly court's divine palace and became the lord of the pestilence demon, vast heavenly emperor. During the great calamity, he left the investiture god board. After the immortal court was established, Lu Yu and the smallpox division's righteous god, Yu Hualong, entered the immortal court. He was one of the immortal court's first cornerstones. Currently, he was the immortal court heretic's oldest, grand, heavenly immortal. He had experienced many battles against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and his achievements were outstanding. Yen Zhaoga was a little surprised to see him here. After all, the immortal court was currently facing immense pressure from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had the spare time to send the Dingguang Joyous Buddha over. If the immortal court wanted to send Lu Yu over, it would be much more difficult. After all, they were the ones at a disadvantage. At this moment, not only did he not take the opportunity to reverse the situation, but he also divided his forces. Lu Yu personally came here. It could be seen that someone had been planning this for a long time. This person was most likely Lu Yu. However, being blocked by Yen Zhaoga, Lu Yu's face that was suffused with a blue light now had an ugly expression on it. Currently, the North Ocean clone did not transform into his demonic form. Instead, he displayed his original appearance. While he was not as famous as Yen Zhaoga himself, his appearance was widely known. Seeing the Northern Ocean clone's appearance, Lu Yu naturally recognized him. Seeing Yen Zhaoga's clone, Lu Yu knew that things were bad. However, with the arrow already knocked on the bowstring, he had no choice but to release it. He jumped down from the golden-eyed camel beneath him and commanded it to spit out thunder fire in an attempt to block Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone. Meanwhile, Lu Yu continued rushing towards the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and the 100-blossom Shyness. However, the golden-eyed camel was completely unable to block the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone bowed slightly, and the demon monkey tattoo on his right shoulder radiated with golden radiances. In an instant, it manifested into a gigantic demon monkey. The golden body of the great sage was in the grand virtual realm. However, it still retained many miraculous aspects, especially the true great sage equaling heavens, who was proficient in shifting techniques. Although it was hard for him to be omnipresent like a grand heavenly immortal, when facing against a grand heavenly realm opponent, he would be able to counteract many of the miraculous aspects of a grand heavenly realm opponent. The demon monkey's body shook, causing Lu Yu to be unable to shake him off. Lu Yu snorted coldly. He raised one of his 6 arms, which held a long banner, and waved it towards the golden body of the great sage. The golden body of the great sage, formed by the North Ocean clone, paused for a moment. As if a person was sick, a strong sense of weakness attacked the golden body of the great sage. It corroded his body, weakened his strength, and slowed down his movements. The sense of weakness was not strong at first. However, it continued to accumulate and gradually became significant. In the end, it became a situation where it was difficult to turn back. When the wave of weakness erupted, it would be completely incurable. This accumulation was not only in terms of degree, but the speed of accumulation was also increasing. The momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the past, Lu Yu relied on this demonic divine ability to dominate everywhere. He rarely met a worthy opponent in the same realm. Even if his opponents were stronger than him, they would still be defeated by him in the end if he avoided them and continuously weakened them. It was difficult for a grand virtual immortal to harm a grand heavenly immortal with their celestial essence. However, Lu Yu's plague erosion could corrode many grand heavenly immortal experts. Although it could not break through the Yuan-Tian realm and could not cause real damage, it could cause weakness to a certain extent and affect grand heavenly immortal experts. Such a strange and domineering divine ability was rare and could be considered as a legend. Being able to become the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Plague Division's Lord, Golden Spirit Divine Mother, and Thunder Division's Lord. When Zhong, Lu Yu naturally had astonishing skills. Unfortunately, he was still a heretic grand heavenly immortal. He couldn't compare to orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortal of the same realm. Yet, his opponent was one of the strongest existences in the same realm. Even without the earthly essence stone support, even if he was only in the grand virtual realm, the monkey's physique was already strong enough to defeat countless opponents. The stronger the physique, the better it would be against Lu Yu's plague. To a certain extent, it could be considered as his nemesis. Lu Yu had already passed the origin heavenly tribulation, and he was still a grand heavenly immortal. That was why he could affect Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. If he was still in the grand virtual realm, facing the golden body of the great sage would be the same as facing Yang Jian, who cultivated the 8-9 mysteries art, and Neza, who possessed the treasured lotus celestial body. Even so, Lu Yu's plague had its limits. The monkey widened his eyes, bared his teeth, and roared furiously. His figure shook, and all his hair stood on end. His pores were like fountains spewing out blazing masculine blood qi. In an instant, it was as if countless suns had risen together. Under such blazing blood qi, it forcefully resisted against Lu Yu's plague technique. Upon seeing this, other than waving the localizing plague banner, Lu Yu also unleashed his plague finger sword and other treasures, hoping to get rid of Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone as soon as possible. At that moment, Lu Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Within his vision, within the universe where the Dingguang joyous Buddha and 100 Blossom shyness were, a silhouette suddenly appeared. He was even more familiar with this silhouette than the North Ocean clone. Yen Zhaoge himself. No matter what arrangements you've made, I'll thank you first. Yen Zhaoge leisurely ran over to pick up the peaches and waved his hand at Lu Yu. Chapter 1672. When the Kuei-Wood Wolf finally made a move and saved the blue-clothed woman from the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhism martial art practitioners' attacks, Yen Zhaoge, who had been paying attention to it, noticed that the opportunity was about to arrive. The Kuei-Wood Wolf's attention was on 100 Blossom bashfulness. When this attention finally evolved into actual action, while it was still hard to determine how the situation would develop with Yen Zhaoge's elimination, the situation would definitely escalate. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to raise his reserve level accordingly. Therefore, as soon as the Kuei-Wood Wolf had robbed the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness, Yen Zhaoge, who had received the North Ocean clone's message, had immediately rushed over here in order to deal with any further changes that might occur at any time. As expected, the Kuei-Wood Wolf and the Qiu Immortal found the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas to enlighten the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. However, during the process of enlightening them, a series of unexpected events occurred. First, the experts from the Western Pure Lands caught up to them. Then, an accident happened to the Buddha, who purified 100 Blossoms bashful. Feeling that his chance had arrived, Yen Zhaoge approached as well. In the end, Lu Yu of the Immortal Court appeared. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoge's main body had already arrived. The North Ocean clone went to block Lu Yu's path, while Yen Zhaoge's main body took the chance to go to the Dingguang joyous Buddha and 100 Flowers bashfulness. Looking at the Buddha light that flickered unceasingly, Yen Zhaoge didn't hold back at all. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. As he executed the heaven-opening book, his arm turned into something that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and it looked like a banner, yet wasn't. His palm split the heavens and earth, directly breaking the Buddhist light. A white lotus appeared in the Buddhist light. On the lotus platform, a golden Buddha was sitting in the lotus position. His two hands were in the shape of an embrace, and between his palms there was a multicolored hazy ball of air that was faintly being held in his arms. Inside the ball of air, the blue-clothed woman's face was filled with confusion. Her eyes were lifeless, and she had lost the will to resist. Although the precious light imbued with the power of faith was shining around her body, and even covered the surface of the Buddha's body, it was unable to obstruct the multicolored hazy mass of air. Dingguang joyous Buddha. Yen Zhaoge immediately recognized the Buddha's appearance. Looking at the other party's actions again, Yen Zhaoge instantly rolled his eyes. Although he could tell that the Dingguang joyous Buddha seemed to have run into some trouble in order to purify 100 Flowers blushing. However, looking at the other party's current appearance, it was clear that he was going to use the technique he had learned to pluck the 100 Flowers bashfulness. This is really... Yen Zhaoge's expression was strange, looking for you to illuminate 100 flowers into the Buddhist heretic Tao. Yet in the end, you want to plant a green grassland on the head of the Kuei-Wood Wolf. Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge's appearance, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was greatly shocked. Not bothering to reply, he grabbed the 100 Blossoms' shyness with one hand, pushing out with the other towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's vision blurred as the scene before his eyes seemed to have suddenly changed. Orioles sang and swallows danced, and the fragrance of cosmetics drifted in the air. The world in front of him seemed to turn pink, and the chanting of the Buddha disappeared in his ears. Instead, all that was left was the sound of decadent music. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was intertwined and pervasive, drilling into the depths of one's heart. An irrepressible desire arose, causing one's heart to heat up. Yen Zhaoge smiled, still executing the heaven-splitting halberd, immediately breaking apart the pink world before him. The Dingguang joyous Buddha had a huge headache. Moreover, from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see a yellow-colored demonic wind getting rid of the green lotus golden lamp's entanglement and rushing towards him. Evidently, the yellow-robed great sage, the Kuei-wood wolf, noticed that something was amiss. He finally got rid of the Western Pure Lands Buddha and hurriedly returned. At this moment, the Dingguang joyous Buddha became anxious. He stared at Yen Zhaoge, and his expression became extremely solemn. "My Buddha is merciful," the Dingguang joyous Buddha chanted, and the Buddha radiance on his body became extremely strong. The glaze-like radiance combined with the five-colored chi mass, manifesting another incarnation of the Dingguang joyous Buddha. As the radiance circulated, an even larger Buddha statue appeared. Only this Buddha statue looked rather strange. Two bodies were hugging each other, facing each other. The Buddha's face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with anger, and the flames of indignation were lingering around him. The woman in his embrace was naked. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous and exquisite. Just by looking at her, one's blood would boil, and his heart would burn with anger. However, the woman's expression was clear and solemn. While the two's actions seemed like they were hugging, other than the flames of lust rising, a feeling of emptiness arose within one's heart. Even with Yen Zhaoge's capabilities, his mind was still in a trance, showing signs of wavering. The Buddha and the beauty, who were hugging each other, turned their bodies towards Yen Zhaoge. Then one of them extended his left hand, while the other extended his right hand, and both attacked Yen Zhaoge. One seemed majestic and solemn, yet violent and ferocious. The other seemed to captivate one's soul, yet it was pure and empty. As the laws and principles intertwined, their intents merged, transforming into a torrent, a whirlpool, and a wave wanting to drown Yen Zhaoge within. As expected of someone who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, not only that, he also cultivated in Buddhism, combining the strengths of both. Even if he had fallen into the heretic path, he shouldn't be underestimated. Yen Zhaoge calmed his mind and praised. At the same time, his actions weren't slow either. The splendor of divinity converged above his head, letting out the sound of a bell. The jade clear's primordial earlier heaven three scriptures combined into one, displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos and the beginning of the world. Boundless profundities and peerless power manifested together. The chaos opening origin went straight towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha's delightful nature emptiness grand palm seal. Even the Red Inferno Dhamma Lord, who had attained enlightenment of Buddhism, had to focus all his attention towards Yen Zhaoge's attack. How could the Dingguang joyous Buddha, who was currently being disturbed by the treasured light imbued with the faith power of the immortal court, block it? It was as if the opening of the primordial chaos and the beginning of creation were reenacted, shattering the palms of the Buddha and the beauty, shattering their arms, then shattering their bodies. The Vajra's furious gaze and the beauty's graceful figure were all destroyed by Yen Zhaoge's palm, as if this was the true emptiness of all laws. Even with the Dingguang joyous Buddha's full strength, the joyous Vajra avatar was still shattered by Yen Zhaoge's majestic and domineering attack. Yen Zhaoge's palm didn't stop there. It even caused the Buddha to tumble down from the white lotus. Immortal essence couldn't harm a grand, heavenly immortal. Although the Dingguang joyous Buddha was in a sorry state, he wasn't injured. It was just that Yen Zhaoge was nearby, and the Kuei-wood wolf was far away. Moreover, he was also being disturbed by the treasured light imbued with faith power of the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness's body, being attacked from both sides. The Dingguang joyous Buddha was filled with despair. Retreat. He grabbed the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness and yelled at Yen Zhaoge. The Dingguang joyous Buddha knew that the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness didn't have any personal conflicts with Yen Zhaoge. However, the reason why Yen Zhaoge came looking for trouble was most likely because of the relationship between the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness and the Kuei Wood Wolf. Currently, no matter if he was facing Yen Zhaoge or the Kuei Wood Wolf, the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness was his greatest bargaining chip. However, at this moment, a huge drum suddenly appeared beside Yen Zhaoge. He didn't stop. As he walked towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha, he casually struck the drum. As the drum resounded, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was instantly stunned. In the next moment, the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness in his hand fell into Yen Zhaoge's grasp. At the same time, the chaotic origin hammer appeared in Yen Zhaoge's hand. With a strike, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was once again sent rolling on the ground. Chapter 1673. After suffering the chaotic origin hammer's attack, the Dingguang joyous Buddha wasn't in a good state. His golden body shattered, and his head started bleeding. Fortunately, he had a top-notch Buddhist treasure Kasaya to save his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot by the hammer. Even so, he was still knocked down. He exhaled more than he inhaled and was on the verge of death. Yen Zhaoge snatched the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness and kept the chaotic origin hammer. His index and middle fingers formed a sword, and green sword lights emanated from his fingertips, slashing apart the Buddha lights imbued with faith power and treasured lights on the Dingguang joyous Buddha and the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. The Buddha lights were quickly slashed apart, while the treasured lights imbued with faith power continued to flicker. Yen Zhaoge didn't mind it, because the Kuei Wood Wolf's figure flashed and arrived in front of him. While being entangled by the Western Pure Lands Buddhist bandies, the Kuei Wood Wolf couldn't maintain his omnipresent miraculous state. He finally arrived. His gaze towards Yen Zhaoge was filled with caution. However, when this great demon noticed the 5-colored chi mass that was still wrapped around the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness, he was instantly enraged. That was the chi mass formed by the Dingguang joyous Buddha's joyous Tao. Naturally, the Kuei Wood Wolf recognized it and knew its usage. He immediately slashed towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha. How could the Dingguang joyous Buddha have any room to dodge when he was heavily injured? He was instantly slashed into two. The Buddhist banties chasing after him saw this and said, "Amit Ba." Yen Zhaoge waved his hand towards the Kuei Wood Wolf. "This isn't the place to talk. Yellow-robed great sage, follow me." The Kuei Wood Wolf hesitated for a moment and immediately followed. The Buddhist banties that were chasing after him hesitated instead. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng shared the same fate. Feng Yunsheng didn't appear, which made them even more worried. They didn't dare to chase after them recklessly. Who knew if a fatal slash would suddenly descend from the sky without any warning? Even the Horned Head Immortal and the other great demons were filled with hesitation and didn't dare to follow them. Lu Yu by the side could only watch the North Ocean clones swagger away, disappearing together with Yen Zhaoge and the Kuei Wood Wolf. The vast heavenly emperor's emotions were complicated, which couldn't be described with words. As for the matter regarding 100 Blossom bashfulness, it was indeed the result of a conspiracy between him and some Buddhist powerhouses. It was the same for the returning Sun Tree and Gu Yuanshan. Naturally, it would be best if the immeasurable heavenly Lord could forcefully illuminate a heretic Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The other party had the strength to retaliate. If he wanted to kill Shyness 100 Blossoms, he would anger the Kuei Wood Wolf. However, as long as he had this intention, it was enough. Lu Yu, came here stealthily to save 100 Blossom Shyness. In this way, It would be more convenient for him to make follow-up plans, and he could also sell the Kuei Wood Wolf a favor, so that it would be convenient to rope the Kuei Wood Wolf to his side. If the Kuei Wood Wolf killed the Buddha, or if the Buddha was enlightened by the immeasurable heavenly Lord, it would be an ideal outcome. Even if the Kuei Wood Wolf wasn't willing to leave the Astro Mountains' starry sea and join the Immortal Court or the Western Pure Lands, it didn't matter, as the Immortal Court wouldn't suffer any losses. As long as he could seize back 100 Blossom's shyness, there would still be opportunities to rope in the Kuei Wood Wolf in the future. In fact, even if 100 Flowers died of embarrassment, or if she was still taken away by the Kuei Wood Wolf, it was still acceptable. At most, they would not gain anything, but at least the Immortal Court would not suffer any losses. In fact, the result might be better than Lu Yu had expected. The Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus was the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. After being schemed against by the immeasurable heavenly Lord, not only did he want to kill 100 Blossom's Blush, he even wanted to pluck her. This sudden appearance had undoubtedly enraged the Kuei Wood Wolf. The Kuei Wood Wolf directly killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. His relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus rapidly deteriorated. This was a result that Lu Yu was very happy to see. But something seemed wrong. The beneficiary was not him. Lu Yu, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, stopped him, while his main body ran over and successfully stopped the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. He knocked the Dingguang Joyous Buddha onto the ground and saved the 100 Blossom's shyness. Then he called the Kuei Wood Wolf and left together. The Kuei Wood Wolf would undoubtedly owe this debt to Yan Zhaoge. It had nothing to do with Lu Yu. Logically speaking, although the immeasurable heavenly Lord failed to illuminate the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, Lu Yu didn't sell the Kuei Wood Wolf a favor either. He didn't manage to pull the Kuei Wood Wolf over to the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands side. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha enraged the Kuei Wood Wolf. The Kuei Wood Wolf killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and became enemies with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This was undoubtedly a loss for the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. From a certain point of view, the enemy's loss was their own gain. Even if the Kuei Wood Wolf reached a compromise with the blessed lands of the White Lotus for the sake of the 100 Blossom Shyness treasured light imbued with faith power, it wouldn't be a problem. The Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands didn't suffer any losses. This was a plan that allowed them to stand in an undefeatable position. However, as Lu Yu looked at Yan Zhaoge's departing silhouette, why did he feel so upset? It was as if he had worked so hard, arranged so many matchmakers, arranged thousands of banquets, and finally married his bride under the witness of countless guests. After the wedding ceremony, someone else had entered the bridal chamber on his behalf. This feeling made the Immortal Court Heavenly Lord feel depressed, and he couldn't bring himself to be happy. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoge was very happy. After getting rid of his pursuers, he turned his head without saying anything. He smiled and handed the multicolored chi to the Kuei Wood Wolf. The Kuei Wood Wolf swept away the multicolored chi and settled the 100 Flowers' bashfulness properly. Then he looked at Yan Zhaoge. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands. "Thank you, young heavenly lord. You don't have to be so polite, yellow-robed great sage." Yan Zhaoge said, "This Yen doesn't deserve your favor. I don't like the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's way of doing things, so I stopped him. However, if he didn't want to pluck your wife and only wanted to kill her, I might not help your wife since she isn't related to me. The reason why I saved her was because I needed your help." After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, the yellow-robed great sage wasn't surprised. "Young heavenly lord's words show your sincerity. No matter what the reason is, since you saved my family, if there's anything you need my help with, I'll do my best." I've heard that the yellow-robed great sage has a treasure known as the soul-killing jade. "Is it still with you?" asked Yan Zhaoge. How do you know that I have the soul-killing jade, young heavenly lord? The Kuei Wood Wolf looked at Yen Zhaoga with a surprised expression. However, he was only surprised himself and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he answered straightforwardly, "That's right. I do have it. If young heavenly lord wants it, I'll give it to you." Then he touched his sleeve and took out a dark purple jade, handing it over to Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga received it and confirmed that it was the soul-killing jade that he had been searching for many years. He let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that the Kuei Wood Wolf wouldn't have any more stocks left, which would cause some problems. From the looks of it now, everything was settled smoothly. With that, Yu Ye's side was completely free of worries. Chapter 1674. After keeping the soul-killing jade, Yen Zhaoga looked at the Kuei Wood Wolf, asking, "Your wife has now already entered the Immortal Court's external Dao. I wonder what you intend to do next." When the Kuei Wood Wolf heard this, it immediately fell silent. He naturally didn't want to see the 100 flowers shamed into the outer path. No matter if it was the Immortal Court heretics, Buddhism heretics, or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, it was the same. Only, comparatively speaking, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were slightly better off. After all, the Kuei Wood Wolf was currently residing in the demon race, while the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were allies. Both sides were on the same side. Moreover, as long as the Astro Mountains' Starry Sea held the upper hand and maintained a dominant position, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would not pose a problem to the Kuei Wood Wolf. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would not use this to deal with him. That was why he agreed to summon the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha to enlighten the 100 blossoms. But in the end, he killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. For the outer Tao, they couldn't afford to lose a Buddha that had ascended to the golden heavenly realm. The reason why the Immortal Court was suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus for so many consecutive wars was due to Suo Mingzhang and Yen Zhaoga killing a large number of Immortal Court heavenly lords. After checking 100 Blossom Shy's soul, Kuei Wood Wolf also knew that to a certain extent, Dingguang Joyous Buddha, whom he had found to purify 100 Blossom Shy, was actually the one who had been deceived. Hence, he killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Even if the demon race was stronger than the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Kuei Wood Wolf was in the wrong. Of course, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's intention to pluck 100 flowers to shame made the Kuei Wood Wolf somewhat reasonable. The final outcome would most likely be an argument between the two sides. In fact, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even admit that they were unlucky. After all, compared to the entire alliance formed by the two sects, the Wood Wolf of Kuei, the great sage of the demon clan, had a higher status than the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. He could still bring the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness back to the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas and mend his relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He could also request other bigwig Buddhas from the blessed lands of the White Lotus to enlighten the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness once more, eliminating any future troubles from the Immortal Court. With his current situation, barring any major accidents, he wouldn't be forced to abandon the demon race and join the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court, unless the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus couldn't resolve the issue of 100 Blossoms. However, if there was a way for 100 Blossom Shyness to leave the heretical path, Kuei Wood Wolf certainly hoped that she could return to the orthodox path. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's question, the great demon's heart suddenly moved. He turned his head to look at Yen Zhaoga and asked straightforwardly, "Previously, I avoided meeting my Hun family. Now, she's ignorant and entered the Immortal Court heretics, which greatly affected her future. It's too late for me to regret it. What's done can't be undone. How can I make up for it? If young Empyrean has a way, please don't be stingy. I will definitely repay you. The Immortal Court heretic, Dao, has caused great trouble to our Dao sect. Yen Zhaoge answered. I, along with the other seniors and fellow Taoists, have all been carefully researching it these past few years, hoping to set things right. He paused for a moment before replying, Now, although I have some gains, the gains are still limited. I can't say that I already have a method, so I can only explore. Hearing that Yen Zhaoge didn't dare to guarantee it, the Kuei-Wood Wolf instead believed his words to be true. But this also extinguished most of the fire of anticipation in the heart of the yellow-robed great sage. Gains are limited, which meant that he wasn't confident. Exploring meant that 100 Flowers' bashfulness was equivalent to an experimental subject. The Kuei-Wood Wolf sighed. Please forgive me, young heavenly lord. If it's me, I'll just take the risk. However, I can't let her take the risk. It's understandable. Yen Zhaoge nodded and didn't force it. He only needed to finish his sentence, and it would be enough. After this incident, no matter if the Kuei-Wood Wolf stayed with the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus or turned to the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands, he would have to think twice and retreat when facing the orthodox Taoism. Who knew if he would beg Yen Zhaoge and the three clear lineage for the sake of 100 Flowers' bashfulness? Although Yen Zhaoge also felt a little regretful for losing a suitable experimental subject as a reference, he had unknowingly eliminated the threat of a demon race great sage for his Taoism's descendants. If that's the case, yellow-robed great sage, let's part ways here. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands. Thank you, young heavenly lord. We shall meet again, if fate allows it. The Kuei-Wood Wolf also politely bowed towards Yen Zhaoge. The two went their separate ways. Yen Zhaoge brought the soul-seen jade and returned to the Taoism heavens with the North Ocean clone. As they neared the Taoism heavens, a human silhouette appeared within the dark universe. It was Feng Yinsheng. I got it. Yen Zhaoge opened his palm, revealing a dark purple jade within his palm. It quietly emitted a beautiful yet bizarre radiance. Feng Yinsheng glanced at it and felt as if a huge amount of souls were stored within the jade. The souls themselves emitted a sense of tranquility, purity, and clarity. However, the jade was filled with a baleful aura. While it seemed contradictory, it was harmonious and unified. Within the dark purple jade, it appeared exceptionally beautiful. It couldn't be any better. Feng Yinsheng let out a long sigh. Let's hurry to the crimson radiance. And Yang Heaven, senior apprentice sister, you has been waiting for too long. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Yeah, let's go. The two went to the crimson radiance and Yang Heaven and entered the roving jade heavens. After receiving the news, Long Xingquan, Gao Shiwebwa, and the others were naturally overjoyed. They came out to welcome Yen Zhaoge and the others, bringing them to Yu Ye's resting place. Even Gao Qingxian, who was in seclusion, was alerted and exited seclusion in advance for her granddaughter. The group gathered within Yu Ye's room. Yen Zhaoge retrieved the soul-seen jade, blood cord stone marrow, spirit ocean's essence, and other treasures. Then he set up a formation. After the formation was set up, Yen Zhaoge inspected it and sent the currently unconscious Yu Yi into the formation. Within the formation, rays of radiance surged and enveloped Yu Ye's body. The formation patterns and talismans seemed to have condensed into materialized symbols and diagrams, which were engraved within the void. They automatically formed circles of light that were hard for ordinary people to understand. The ribbon-like streams of light started surrounding Yu Ye's body. During this process, the dark red liquid that resembled a rock on the outside, but contained deep blood, marrow-like dark red liquid, within rose into the air. It enveloped Yu Ye's entire body and seeped into her skin through her pores. The dark purple soul, seen jade, transformed into a ray of purple radiance and slowly sunk into Yu Ye's Naiwan palace. Under the formation's influence, the spirit ocean's essence silently shattered. Then it turned into wisps of white smoke and was absorbed into Yu Ye's body through her breathing. After being processed by Yen Zhaoga's formation, the other treasures were also absorbed by Yu Ye's body at the same time. The ribbon-like streams of light continuously revolved. In the end, when the other treasures were refined and gradually absorbed by Yu Yi, the revolving speed of the streams of light slowed down. They gradually transformed into specks of light dust and were absorbed into Yu Ye's body. Chapter 1675. After everything was successfully absorbed by Yu Yi, Yen Zhaoga nodded towards Gao Qingxian. Gao Qingxuan's expression was filled with excitement. She took a deep breath, extended her hand, and tapped on Yu Ye's forehead with her index finger. Being stimulated by the sword intent of the same lineage, Yu Ye's body trembled slightly. Then Yu Yi, who seemed to have been in slumber for many years, slowly opened her eyes. After the initial haziness, her gaze suddenly turned sharp and vigilant. Killing intent even overflowed from her. Yen Zhaoga knew that before Yu Yi lost her consciousness, she and Nie Jingshan were being pursued by Zhang Buxu and the heretics. They were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Now that she had just woken up, her consciousness and memories were still stuck at the moment of life and death. As expected, when she saw the appearances of Yen Zhaoga, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others, the killing intent within her gaze dissipated, and she regained her calmness. Yu Yi was a little happy, but also a little confused. Grandfather, grandmother, junior apprentice brother, Yen, uncle, you're here. She subconsciously looked around. Jingshan, where's Jingshan now? How is he? Due to her safe awakening, Yen Zhaoga and the others let out a sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. However, after hearing Yu Ye's question, everyone remained silent. Jingshan, Yu Yi held her breath and stared at Yen Zhaoga and the others with her clear eyes. Little Yi, Jingshan is still alive, said Long Xingquan softly after remaining silent for a while. Yen Zhaoga silently turned around and left the cave manor. Yu Ye's voice resounded from behind. Is he all right? Although she seemed a little slow-witted, she sharply noticed Long Xingquan's words. He's still alive. Even if he's not, he's still fine. Jingshan is currently in the 9 underworlds. Long Xingquan sighed and explained everything to Yu Yi. He told her that she had been slumbering for nearly 200 years. He told her everything that happened after she lost her consciousness. Yen Zhaoga didn't know how long Xingquan described it. He had already exited the cave manor and stood by the green duckweed mountain's mountain ridge, silently looking at the desolate world. Feng Yunsheng followed him out and stood beside him. She asked softly, is there any way to let senior sister Yu and senior brother Nie meet again? Even if you are willing to suffer, the 9 underworlds might not be willing. Yen Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Currently, the orthodox Taoism had already stood openly in this world. They could stand on equal footing with the Western Pure Lands, 9 underworlds, and other forces. Strictly speaking, they were in a slightly better situation than the demons of the Netherworld. After all, 9 Nether was the public enemy. The reason why there was still room for maneuver was because the big shots of the other families had other plans. This time, in the fight for the Buddha's Saraira, the demon race invited the 9 underworlds to assist them. With the help of the seawater of the 9 underworlds' demon sea, they were able to destroy the Western Pure Lands green lotus flag. If the demon race could cooperate with the 9 underworlds, or rather trade with each other for what they needed, then theoretically speaking, Yen Zhaoga and the others of Taoism would naturally be able to do the same. The premise was that both sides could take out a bargaining chip that interested the other. To the devils of the 9 underworlds, Feng Yunsheng was probably the one they coveted the Tao sect the most. If Feng Yunsheng joined the devilish Tao, it would naturally be the 9 underworlds' happiest. When Yan Zhaoge said that Feng Yunsheng would be wronged, he naturally wasn't referring to watching her join the devilish Tao. Instead, it might harm the authority she inherited from the doomsday heavenly devil. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This might also contain a chance for Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others to further infiltrate the 9 underworlds and figure out their next move. Regarding this, the 9 underworlds would naturally have to be wary of Yan Zhaoge and the others secretly harboring malicious intentions. In fact, if they really wanted to make such a deal, Yan Zhaoge and the others would definitely not let go of the chance. Only they would have to bear some risks. That was another kind of game, competition, and competition. The 9 underworlds might not be willing to take such a risk. If they don't dare to, it might not only be because they're afraid that I'll see through them. It might also be because Senior Apprentice Brother Nye's condition is truly unstable. They're afraid that Senior Apprentice Brother Nye would come into contact with Senior Apprentice Sister Yu and affect Senior Apprentice Brother Nye. Feng Yunsheng said, "We can propose a deal to test their attitude." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "It's worth a try. Still, to be safe, let's take a look at Senior Apprentice Sister Yu's situation first." He sighed. "I hope that Senior Apprentice Sister Yu won't blame herself for Senior Apprentice Brother Nye's matter. If such thoughts run too deep and cannot be resolved, we should instead try our best to prevent her from coming into contact with the devilish Tao." It was not just desire, greed, viciousness, hatred, and other evil thoughts. Overly stubborn thoughts, if they continue to deepen, could also form devilish thoughts, ultimately leading one to fall to the dark side. Generally speaking, those with high cultivation bases would have stable mental states and firm wills. However, conversely, they could also be said to be more stubborn and persistent. Once a certain belief was formed, it would be harder for it to be shaken. It was not that people could not have stubborn thoughts or evil thoughts. However, the control of one's limits had always been a test. Heart devils existed everywhere. Theoretically speaking, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation base. At most, it was just a matter of probability. Otherwise, traveling monk son's heart devil would not have manifested in the form of the 6-eared macaque whose cultivation base was the same as his, while the yellow dragon cultivated deity had fallen to the dark side and become the yellow dragon devil lord. Such negative examples were too numerous to enumerate. Of course, there were also positive examples. To a certain extent, the 3 clear lineages successors who had experienced the darkest era after the Great Calamity could still maintain their hearts despite facing such a difficult and despairing environment. They could all be considered as positive examples. They were once glorious, but had fallen to the bottom of the abyss. Under such a huge drop, negative emotions such as self-pity, resentment, hatred, numbness, and despair would easily arise. In fact, there were indeed many people who had fallen to the devilish Tao and became a part of the 9 underworlds. "I believe that Senior Apprentice Sister Yu wouldn't," said Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Indeed, in the end, that Buddha's Sarira still fell into the hands of the demon race." Feng Yunsheng changed the topic. "Mahamayuri might very well help the demon race after this." When Yan Zhaoge went to look for the Kuei-wood wolf, the fight for the Buddha's Sarira finally came to an end. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles made use of his speed advantage to avoid the battle and successfully escaped back to the Astro Mountains' starry seas before Mahamayuri could capture him. Mahamayuri could only stop helplessly. No matter how unwilling he was, Kong Xian had no way of snatching the Buddha's Sarira in front of the Eastern monarch Tai, unless he had clearly pledged his allegiance to the demon race, which was far more thorough than his allegiance to the Western Pure Lands. Only then would the Eastern monarch Tai give him the Buddha's Saraira. Now that he didn't succeed, he could only wait for another chance in the future and continue being a super mercenary. Chapter 1676. Currently, many forces were fighting against each other, and the situation was chaotic and ever-changing. This gave Kong Xian a chance to act. Under most circumstances, as the number one person below the Tao realm, Mahamyuri had the capability to benefit from both sides. However, it's getting harder and harder for him. Yin Zhaoge said, the demon race obtained a Buddha's Saraira. If they intend to control Mahamyuri, it might not be that Saraira. He looked at Feng Yunsheng and slowly said, if I'm not wrong, the price Mahamyuri paid for helping the Western Pure Lands twice was 2 Buddha's Saraira. In other words, Mahamyuri has at least 2 Buddha's Saraira in his possession. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. If the Elder Lord's information is true, there should be a total of 5 Buddha's Saraira. Feng Yunsheng understood and said, other than the 2 Buddha's Saraira that the Western Pure Lands offered, we don't know if Mahamyuri had any other Buddha's Saraira. Yes, other than the 2 Buddha's Saraira and the one obtained by the demon race, there are still 2 Buddha's Saraira missing. Yin Zhaoge answered, if these 2 Buddha's Saraira were already in Mahamyuri's possession, the one obtained by the demon race would be the 5th Buddha's Saraira. It's also the only Buddha's Saraira that hasn't been obtained by Mahamyuri. With that, the Eastern Emperor Tai, Tao Lord Luya, and the other demon race bigwigs would forcefully occupy this Buddha's Saraira. The value of this Buddha's Saraira would skyrocket, and it wouldn't be something that Mahamyuri could exchange for just 1 Buddha's Saraira. Putting aside the Eastern Emperor Tai, Tao Lord Lu, you would definitely hold onto the Buddha's Saraira tightly and wouldn't exchange it for Mahamyuri no matter what. Otherwise, he would have to face an extremely strong opponent like Mahamyuri in his path of ascending to the Tao realm. Currently, no one could confirm the opportunity that Kong Xian needed to ascend to the Tao realm. However, the upcoming situation that originated from the 9 underworlds was extremely important to all of the grand heavenly immortals who were preparing to ascend to the Tao realm. No matter how the 9 underworlds changed, whether it changed for the better or for the worse, the objective foundation was there. For such a huge existence to undergo a huge change, it was a great tribulation that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, a great opportunity. If he wanted to break through to the Tao realm, he had to take this hurdle seriously. The fewer the competitors, the greater his chances. He believed that apart from Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara, Ancient Buddha, Great Taoist, Master Shindu, and the others would not be happy to see Mahamyuri gather all 5 relics. But there is a problem here. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temple. Luya, or should I say, the Buddha's Saraira that the demon race currently possesses, is it the last one for Mahamyuri? He and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Whether it was the last one or not would make a huge difference. Unfortunately, the Tao sect's direct disciples were unable to confirm the correct answer to this question. This raised another question. Did Tao Lord Luya and the others know where the relics were? Did they know how many relics Mahamyuri had in his possession? This would determine what they would do with the relic. With the last relic in hand, it was actually a very delicate situation. In order to block Kong Xian's path, it was almost impossible for anyone to allow Kong Xian to gather enough relics. This relic was extremely important to Kong Xian. If Kong Xian could obtain it, he would have the confidence to demand a high price from him and even do whatever he wanted. However, Mahamyuri knew his own limitations. He knew that no one wanted him to gather enough relics. The chance of obtaining the last relic through trading was so low that it was almost negligible. If that was the case, Mahamyuri might even resort to robbing. The person who possessed the last relic might become his target instead. If he could destroy the last relic, Kong Xian's hopes would be completely cut off. Only that relic was left behind by the Gautama Buddha, who had already transcended, not to mention whether it could be destroyed. Even if it could, it was hard to say whether it would lead to an unpredictable outcome. Moreover, if that happened, Kong Xian would be completely enmity with him. As such, the last relic was of little value. If it wasn't for the last relic, it would be much easier for the demon race to deal with it. Only, how to confirm how many relics Kong Xian had in his possession was a problem. This was also the reason why Yen Zhaoge was having a headache. Who Mahamayuri would help at present was something that the people of Taoism had no choice but to consider when formulating a plan. From the looks of it, one of the two relics that the Dipankara Buddha traded with Mahamayuri came from the Tishita Palace's elder lord, and the other might be obtained when he left the central blessed lands of Saha. It might also be from the western pure lands Amitabha Buddha. In the past, Ananda brought one out from the central blessed lands of Saha, which was the one that landed in the demon race's hands. Yen Zhaoge counted with his fingers. I suspect that the blessed lands of the White Lotus future Buddha, as the Gautama Buddha or Taoist Zhuan Ti's intended successor, might have one in his possession. If you're right, there's still one missing, said Feng Yunsheng with a frown. Yen Zhaoge let out a long sigh. If the Dipankara Buddha brought one away from the central blessed lands of Saha, the western pure lands Amitabha Buddha might have another. If the first relic that the Dipankara Buddha traded with Mahamayuri came from the Amitabha Buddha, I can't guess where the last relic is. Yen Zhaoge smiled bitterly. If Mahamayuri already possessed one relic, things would be much simpler. If that's the case, he would have at least 3 relics in his possession. Feng Yunsheng asked, if your initial guess is correct, the remaining 2 relics are in the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus respectively. Yen Zhaoge slapped his forehead. I'm afraid that only the person involved would know. After discussing for a while, the two suddenly turned around. Long Xueji walked out. As time passed, Long Xueji had already surpassed the pure profound tribulation and achieved the duo Chi's fused aura, achieving the tranquil profound immortal body. It wasn't easy for sword cultivators to improve. Long Xueji's speed was already shocking. Senior apprentice Uncle Long, how's senior apprentice sister you? Asked Yen Zhaoge. Long Xueji said slowly, she's a strong child to begin with. However, on the surface, she's calmer than we expected. However, at this point, he paused for a moment. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng frowned. On the surface, remember the mobile website, Chapter 1677. Although she usually seemed a little slow, Yu Ye's willpower wasn't weak. Just as Long Xueji, who watched her grow up, had said, she was much stronger than most people. However, on the other hand, being strong and resolute sometimes meant stubbornness and stubbornness. Being strong and stubbornness were naturally different. However, under certain circumstances, the boundary between the two might be blurred. Although Yu Ye's personality was calm and casual in her daily life, she had always been firm and unyielding when it came to learning martial arts and practicing the sword. She was able to endure loneliness and was able to endure hardship. She didn't care about many things. However, whenever she did, her heart would always be deeper than others. For example, she possessed the heaven-containing purified soul. Although she seemed to be daydreaming, she would be extremely focused when practicing martial arts. As such, the calmer she appeared, the more worried Long Xueji, Yen Zhaoge, and Feng Yunsheng were. With Yu Ye's personality, it would only signify intense waves within her heart. Let's go take a look. Yen Zhaoge sighed. Long Xueji nodded silently and brought Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng back to the cave manor. Currently, Yu Yi was sitting quietly. She asked Gao Qingxian, "Grandmother, is the divine mother currently in charge of the immortal extermination formation?" "That's right," Gao Qingxian answered. "The Divine Mother and Cloudy Sky Queen have been taking turns in charge of the immortal extermination formation, in exchange for our Taoism's freedom." Yu Yi nodded slightly. When she saw Yan Zhaoge and the others walking in, she said, "Junior apprentice brother, Yan, thank you for helping me all these years." "Don't be so courteous, senior apprentice sister Yu," said Yan Zhaoge softly. Yu Yi looked at him. "Grandfather and grandmother have just told me about what happened during these years. They mentioned junior apprentice brother Yan and Yunsheng. Previously, did you too?" As she said that, ripples finally appeared within her originally calm gaze. "Yes, we met senior apprentice brother Nia." Yan Zhaoge remained silent for a while. However, he still nodded. "I've heard from grandfather about how his earlier heaven nascent form would affect his transformation into an extinct devil." Yu Ye's voice was very soft. How does he look like now?" "It's hard to tell," Yan Zhaoge explained. "With the primordial heart devil and other great devils around, even if there's something special about it, it wouldn't easily reveal itself." He looked at Yu Yi, then at Long Xingquan, Gao Qingxian, Long Xueji, Gao Shuebua, and the others. He pondered and said, "Actually, I was just talking to Yunsheng about how we could interact with the 9 underworlds and probe them." "Oh." Yu Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. The expressions of Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others immediately turned solemn. While observing Yu Yi, Yan Zhaoge briefly discussed his plans. Finally, he looked into Yu Ye's bright eyes and said softly, "Even for you, senior apprentice sister Yu, you'll have to take some risks. If you really come into contact with him, you'll be facing a grand heavenly realm devil lord." The so-called risk did not mean that Nye Jingshan might hurt her. Instead, she might face the bewitchment of a demon sovereign. The slightest flaw in her mind might be magnified. "I understand." Yu Yi took a deep breath and slowly said, "If I'm not prepared, I won't go." She turned her head and looked at Feng Yunsheng. "Only I feel bad asking Yunsheng to bear the risk for me." "Don't worry, senior apprentice sister Yu." Feng Yunsheng smiled. "Between the 9 underworlds and me, it's still uncertain who's riskier. Instead, the other party might not agree to it." Yu Yi let out a long sigh and closed her eyes, calming her emotions. "Once you're prepared, we'll contact the 9 underworlds." Yan Zhaoge nodded and said, the other party had just woken up. After receiving so much information, she needed time to analyze it. Yan Zhaoge then took his leave. Long Xingquan, Gao Shuebua, and Long Xueji left with Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, leaving only Gao Qingxian to look after her granddaughter. After exiting, they looked at each other and let out a sigh. "Although senior apprentice sister Yu is willing, I, Yan Zhaoge, only hope that senior apprentice brother Nia can repent. I might have acted rashly, so please forgive me." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. His words were mainly meant for Gao Shuebua and Long Xueji. To Yan Zhaoge, Yu Yi, and the others, Nye Jingshan might hold a different meaning. However, to the roving Jade Heaven's Jade clear lineage, he was an outstanding Jade clear successor. No matter what, Yu Yi was still their blood relative. Nye Jingshan saved Yu Yi and fell into darkness to save her. Naturally, Gao Qingxian and the others would be grateful for this. It wasn't a problem for them to return the favor. However, they wouldn't be willing to risk their lives to return the favor after saving Yu Yi. Nye Jingshan and Long Xingquan could be considered as fellow disciples. However, Gao Qingxian and her son weren't on the same level. Not to mention, there was still the matter regarding the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. Only due to Nye Jingxin and Yu Yi, the relationship between them became even messier. What are you saying, Zhaoge? We're all responsible for little friend Nye's matter. Gao Shiwebo sighed and said, now we can only hope for the best. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. After bidding farewell to Long Xingchuan and the others, they left the roving Jade Heavens, leaving Crimson Brightness and Yang Heaven. The couple headed towards the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven. There, Suo Mingzhang was still purifying the green lotus flag. Most of the impurities on the flag had already been cleansed, and it was about to regain its luster. However, the last bit of impurities remained, the more stubborn they were. If they wanted to cleanse it completely, they would have to spend more time and effort. Yan Zhaoge wasn't in a hurry. He chatted with Suo Mingzhang about his plans to deal with the 9 underworlds. Although he didn't plan on using brute force, Taoism would have to request Suo Mingzhang's help if they were to fight against the 9 underworlds. Suo Mingzhang's suppression towards the Wood Devil, also known as the Shadow Devil, was at its pinnacle. In the past, when Suo Mingzhang had just ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, the Shadow Devil could only flee. Facing the current Suo Mingzhang, the Shadow Devil wasn't any different from a Grand Virtual Realm Devil Monarch. If Suo Mingzhang didn't make a move, and the Immortal Extermination Formation didn't slash down, other Taoism bigwigs wouldn't be able to do anything to the Shadow Devil. After all, the legend of this great devil becoming stronger upon encountering strong opponents wasn't a lie. In the past, he had even transformed into the head of Taoism's 4 Imperials, the Purple Tenuity Emperor. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against the Purple Tenuity Emperor. However, if he encountered an opponent that could restrain his transformation, the Shadow Devil would be in an extremely awkward situation. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Suo Mingzhang agreed without any objections. After bidding farewell to Suo Mingzhang, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng left the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and headed towards another universe, the Everlasting Cloud Vow. Yan Zhaoge used another sea calming pearl to establish a universe. Chapter 1678. 100 years ago, during the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, 6 of the 24 sea calming pearls in the ancient Dipankara Buddha's hands were lost. They were obtained by a group of Taoism heavenly lords. With these 6 sea calming pearls as the foundation, everyone established the Taoism heavens together. Among them were Suo Mingzhang's Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven, the Incongruence Divine Mother's Crimson Brightness, and Yang Heaven, the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huangxing Heaven, and the Cloudless River Heaven opened by the Fairy Cloud Sky. There were also Yan Zhaoge's Zhu, Luo Royal Reed Heaven, and Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. The 6 heavens stood side by side and established the foundation of Taoism's revival. Other than Suo Mingzhang's Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and Yan Zhaoge's newly established Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven, the other 4 heavens had many people living there. When the Taoism heavenly lords established their new cave manor, they also used it as the foundation to nurture the new generation of Taoism. Other than Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, Crimson Brightness, and Yang Heaven, the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huangxing Heaven, and the Cloudless River Heaven opened by the Fairy Cloud Sky, were only at the initial scale. However, to the Taoism people, the external environment was relatively stable and safe. As time passed, the various heavens would become more prosperous. Yan Zhaoge had his own plans and thoughts regarding the Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. However, he had to wait for a while and delay the original plan. After True Deity Tai brought Neza back, Yan Zhaoge settled him in the newly established and temporarily empty Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. In this relatively stable environment, True Deity Tai constantly tried to refine Neza's vicious nature. This was a relatively long process, and he couldn't rush it. Yen Zhaoga entered the limitless cloud vow heaven and checked on Neza's situation again. Overall, the situation was not bad. Under true deity Tai's efforts, Neza's vicious aura was constantly being eliminated. The day of recovery was just around the corner. We still have to be wary of the primordial heart devil. After hearing true deity Tai's words, Yen Zhaoga said solemnly, "Among the 6 extinct devils, the primordial heart devil is the most difficult to deal with." Yen Zhaoga didn't take true deity Tai's warning seriously. Long before the Great Calamity, the Taoism bigwigs, the Tai spiritual master included, especially the Jade Clear Lineage's direct lineage experts, had once fought a great battle against the 9 underworlds. Although the great Freedom Heavenly Demon didn't participate in that battle, the 9 underworld demonic Tao sent a large number of top-notch experts to fight. At that time, the primordial heart devil, who was uninjured and in peak condition, would also be included. The strength of the primordial heart devil wasn't mainly reflected in its frontal combat ability. Instead, it was because he was practically all-pervasive. At every moment, he was prying into the hearts of all living beings, and it was impossible to guard against him. Under his management, the 9 Nether diverted her attention to guard against the opponents of the other factions while fighting with perfected Tai and the other mighty figures of the Tao sect. Furthermore, because it was both real and illusory, most of the techniques in the world could not truly harm the primordial heart devil. In that battle back then, if Yun Zhongzi, who had mastered the origin heavenly scripture, had not participated in the battle, the people of the Tao sect might not have been able to severely injure the primordial heart devil. Even so, it cost Yun Zhongzi his life. However, the primordial heart devil was still alive today, although he had appeared a few times, and his injuries didn't seem to have fully recovered. The primordial heart devil was the most cunning amongst the 9 underworld devils. He was the best at deceiving others. Yen Zhaoga and the others had to be careful. Who knew if that old devil had fully recovered? Several grand, heavenly realm pinnacle experts were plotting against the 9 underworlds, while the 9 underworlds were also preparing for war. No one would neglect the existence of the primordial heart devil. The primordial heart devil doesn't matter. May the 3 altars of the ocean gathering divinity recover as soon as possible. Yen Zhaoga cupped his hands towards the true deity Tai. The true deity Tai looked at Neza, who was enveloped by the 9 dragons' divine fire, and revealed a gratified expression. In a few more days, he should have recovered. He might even make it in time for your negotiation with the 9 underworlds. That's for the best. Yen Zhaoga nodded. After temporarily leaving the true deity Tai and Neza in the everlasting cloud vow heaven, Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng returned to the Vermilion Royal Reed heaven. Everyone on the broad Creed Mountain let out a long sigh of relief after receiving the news of Yu Ye's awakening. It's good that senior apprentice sister Yu is fine. Ing Longtu, who had returned to the mountain earlier, smiled joyfully. She could have awakened long ago. Only we didn't want her to leave any future troubles behind. That's why we use treasures like the soul-killing jade and blood cord stone marrow. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Everyone has been working hard for the past few years. However, if it weren't for junior apprentice brother Ing, we might not have been able to welcome the true deity Tai and the 3 altars' great divinities back. Ing Longtu smiled. Senior apprentice sister Yu is blessed by the heavens. Congratulations on senior apprentice sister Yu's awakening. A one-eyed youth sighed. Only it's a pity that senior apprentice brother, Nya. This youth wore a black eye patch, which covered one of his eyes. His expression was firm. He was Yen Zhaoga's junior apprentice brother, Xia Guang, who was under Yen Di's tutelage. Like Inglong-tu, Xia Guang had already pushed open the immortal door, becoming the new Thunder Emperor. In the past 100 years, following Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, Inglong-tu, Si Kongqing, and Xia Guang had pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the true immortal realm. Not long ago, the number one of the fourth generation of Broad Creed Mountain's descendants, Shi Jun, had successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm, including Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Feng Yinsheng, and Su Fei, who had long since pushed open the immortal door. There were already a total of 10 people who had ascended to the immortal realm in just Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. They were hailed as the Broad Creed 10 Immortals by the outside world. This did not include the 3 leakless true immortals, Xue Chuqing, Huang Huding, and Yan Xiaoai, who were not part of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, but were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain's own lineage had also accumulated talents over the years. A new generation of talents had also emerged, unceasingly accumulating their strength in preparation to challenge the immortal mortal tribulation. The desolate state of Taoism in the past had already become history. With Broad Creed Mountain at the lead, the new generation of Taoism entered a phase of rapid development, leading Taoism's resurgence. With Xia Guang's current cultivation, it was no longer difficult for him to heal his injured eye that year. However, due to some unknown considerations, he had still kept his injured eye until now. Although he had already stepped down from his position as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, and even his successor, Shi Jun, had already passed on his position to his new successor, Xia Guang's current prestige in Broad Creed Mountain's lineage had always been outstanding. His juniors were all in awe of him. However, towards Yan Zhaoge, he was still as respectful as before. He was also much more casual in front of Yan Zhaoge, and spoke in a straightforward manner, just like that reckless and impatient youth in the past. The situation regarding senior apprentice brother Nie's side is still hard to predict. We can only try our best for now. Yan Zhaoge said, "After a while, I'll go to Jade Capital Crag again and meet senior apprentice Uncle Yu." Previously, when he returned, he had already met Yu Xinbei regarding his encounter with Nie Jingshin. Now that he planned to contact the 9 underworlds, he naturally had to inform Yu Xinbei about it. Chapter 1679. When Yan Zhaoge arrived at Jade Capital Crag this time, he first encountered an old acquaintance, Golden Court Mountain's Chao Jie's disciple. Shadow Mountain Sword King Long Hanhua also happened to be a guest at Jade Capital Crag. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoge, Long Hanhua said happily, "I've received news that Yu Yi is finally fine." "That's right." Yan Zhaoge similarly nodded gratifyingly. Long Hanhua was Long Shuiji's son, while Yu Ye's mother, Long Xuening, was his paternal aunt. He and Yu Yi were cousins. In the past, Long Hanhua had assumed the name of Lin Hanhua and returned to the world beyond worlds in place of his father Long Shuiji and grandfather Long Xingquan, entering Chao Jie's lineage. Afterwards, his identity had been exposed, and the enmity between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens had been rather deep, as Long Hanhua had been forced to leave the world beyond worlds. Although Long Hanhua's family background was profound, he had always respected his master, Chao Jie, and Golden Court Mountain. As time passed, and the situation changed, he was able to return to Chao Jie's tutelage. Over the years, Long Hanhua had been cultivating on Golden Court Mountain, only occasionally returning to Crimson Light and Yang Heaven to visit his relatives in roving Jade Heaven. Because of Long Xingquan, Long Hanhua often visited the Jade Capital Crag when he was in the sky beyond heaven. He was on good terms with Wang Pu and the others. Currently, Long Xingquan had yet to push open the immortal door and was still in the mortal exalt realm. This was related to the fact that he had always been concealing his edge and nurturing his sword. From this aspect, The path he walked was completely different from his father, Long Xueji. Instead, he followed the path of his eldest uncle, Gao Xuebua. His niece, Gao Xuebua's granddaughter, Gao Qing, was also similar. Long Hanhua's state of mind was very calm. He was neither arrogant nor rash, even though Golden Court Mountain had just produced a new, true immortal emperor not long ago. Chao Jie's final disciple, Long Hanhua's junior apprentice brother, Tang Yonghao, who had once hailed from the Eight Extremities world's Sacred Sun clan, had painstakingly cultivated unceasingly, his radiance growing increasingly dazzling as he surpassed countless seniors of his generation, successfully pushing open the door to immortality. In the past few years, the broad Creed Mountain was almost the only major power in the sky beyond skies. Following closely behind were Jade Capital Crag and ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Below them was Golden Court Mountain, which had two perfected immortals and stood out as one of the top powers. Recently, its reputation had even gradually overshadowed that of Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave Monastery, which had been keeping a low profile for many years. While Long Hanhua seemed to have been surpassed by Tang Yonghao, those who were familiar with the Prime Clear lineage's Sheath Edge and Nurture Sword's secret arts all knew that he was currently laying low for the sake of accumulating strength for the future. Speaking of Tang Yonghao, Yan Zhaoge thought of Meng Wan. Born of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world, that year, Meng Wan had pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm earlier than Tang Yonghao. Broad Creed Mountain's former nemesis in the lower worlds had now produced two immortal realm martial practitioners. Of course, it was ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain that made them who they were today. The Eight Extremities world's Sacred Sun clan had long since become history, reopening its doors in the sky beyond skies. While its martial arts tradition was of the same lineage, it was more likely that it would be counted as another power. It was just that thinking of what had happened in the Eight Extremities world back then, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel rather emotional. In the blink of an eye, over 200 years had passed. As time passed, the dust of history buried countless outstanding figures. But there were also many people who took advantage of the situation to rise up. The changes during this period were unpredictable, and now that they thought about it, it was naturally nostalgic. Did senior apprentice brother Long meet senior apprentice uncle, you, just now? Yan Zhaoge calmed his mind and asked Long Hanhua. Long Hanhua nodded. Senior apprentice uncle Yu is cultivating in seclusion. Zhaoge, just go and meet him. I still have some matters to attend to in the Golden Court Mountain, so I'll be heading back first. Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to him and greeted Wang Pu and the other Jade Capital Crag's disciples. He was extremely familiar with the Jade Capital Crag. Without needing Wang Pu and the others to bring him, he could go and meet Yu Xinbei by himself. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's intentions, Yu Xinbei nodded. Thank you, Zhaoge, for contacting him. If it's possible, I hope to meet Jingxin again. That depends on the outcome of contacting the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge paused for a while and said, it's even harder to predict senior apprentice brother Nie's side. I understand. Yu Xinbei closed his eyes. Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything else and left. After returning to the broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge continued cultivating while arranging the information transmitted from the outside world. Previously, regarding 100 Blossom Shyness Matter, the Astral Mountains, Starry Seas Demon Race, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhism heretics had some conflicts. Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the situation was limited. However, as time passed, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus came to a compromise. 100 Blossom Shyness was enlightened by the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhism heretics and converted to the future Buddha. Her treasured lights imbued with faith power transformed into Buddha lights imbued with faith power, freeing her from the immortal court heretics. This time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was prepared. They were wary of the peculiarities within Hundred Blossom Shyness soul, and didn't give the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord the chance to cause trouble. Although Hundred Blossom Shyness converted to the future Buddha, she didn't enter the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Instead, she was brought back to the demon race's Astro Mountains Starry Sea by the Kuei Wood Wolf. Now that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court were in a heated war, she didn't need to participate in it. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might be happy to see her converting to the future Buddha and entering the Astro Mountains Starry Sea. As for how she would interact with the Kuei Wood Wolf without any memories, Yen Zhaoge didn't know. However, the Kuei Wood Wolf's situation in the Astro Mountains Starry Sea wouldn't be the same as before. The other demon race experts didn't understand how much he valued Hundred Blossom Shyness. For this woman, causing a series of troubles was undoubtedly something that others despised. After Hundred Blossom Shyness converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, she was brought to the Astro Mountains Starry Sea by the Kuei Wood Wolf. Out of vigilance, the other great demons would naturally distance themselves from her. While the Astro Mountains Starry Sea and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were in an alliance, they weren't as close as a family. The Kuei Wood Wolf might have expected this, or he might not have. As for how he felt about it, only he himself knew. In the following days, the yellow-robed great sage would return to his previous low-profile manner. At the very least, it would be like that for a period of time. Yen Zhaoge didn't mind it. The foreshadowing had already been done. No matter what the Kuei Wood Wolf planned to do next, he wouldn't make things difficult for the orthodox Taoism successors. After some time, news came from the roving Jade Heavens. Yu Yi expressed that she was already mentally prepared and hoped to meet Nie Jingshin. As such, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng went to the Crimson Light and Yang Heaven to meet Yu Yi. After discussing with Gao Qingxian and the others, Feng Yunsheng contacted the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng's connection with the 9 underworlds had never been completely severed, only it had always been within her control. Normally, it would be isolated. Now that there was a need, as long as she relaxed some of her previous restraints, she could directly contact the 9 underworlds. The target of contact was the primordial heart devil. Out of Taoism's expectations, after a slight hesitation, the 9 underworlds devilish Tao agreed to Yen Zhaoge's suggestion and agreed to contact the 2 sides. Chapter 1680. The price the Tao sect had to pay was that Feng Yunsheng had to take some risks. She would give up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority. This was not a bad thing for Feng Yunsheng. Currently, she had formed her own grand heavenly realm Tao of chaos and destruction, stabilizing her foundation. She had become even more refined after ascending to the grand heavenly realm, and her connection with the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority was still very close. However, she was no longer dependent on it. As long as she did not completely sever it and leave no traces behind, she would not be fundamentally affected. Giving up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority made her feel more at ease. What she really needed to be wary of was that in the process, she might face the further erosion of the demonic path by loosening the reins only to grasp them better. But on the other hand, Feng Yunsheng could also take advantage of this process to gain an opportunity to pry deeper into the 9 underworlds. As for who had gained more, and who was the one who had truly taken advantage of the situation, it would only be known after the 2 parties truly fought. Therefore, although it was a bargaining chip proposed by the Tao sect, they were not only paying the price, but the 9 underworlds also had to take the risk, and the gains and losses were unpredictable. Unless the great Freedom Sky Demon personally made a move. However, due to the existence of the immortal slaying formation, everyone had a tacit understanding that they were not willing to let others take advantage of them. As such, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. In this way, the Nine Nether could not guarantee that she would gain more than she would lose from her contact with the other sections. Yen Zhaoge and the others had also been mentally prepared for the Nine Underworld's rejection of things that did not provide them with sufficient benefits. However, to his surprise, the primordial heart devil agreed after a brief consideration. This caused the hearts of Yen Zhaoge and the others to shiver slightly. If it wasn't a bluff, it meant that the situation on Nie Jingshan's side wasn't optimistic. That was why Nine Nether's side was so fearless. At least they had the confidence to ensure that nothing would go wrong on Nie Jingshan's side. At the same time, Feng Yunxing's contact with the demonic path meant that the demonic path had something to rely on. Or in other words, even if he couldn't corrupt Feng Yunxing, it was very important for him to take back a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority from Feng Yunxing. Thinking of this, Yen Zhaoge immediately pressed down with his palm, indicating that Feng Yunxing could slow down a little and not be anxious. If the other party had an urgent request, then they could demand an exorbitant price and have the opportunity to obtain even more. He first rode in the air, leaving traces of light and shadow, white cloud boundary flag. Feng Yunxing nodded. However, it was obvious that the primordial heart devil wouldn't agree to this condition. Although Nine Nether had a way to restrain treasures like the white cloud bound flag and the green lotus flag, the white cloud bound flag could come in handy against some opponents that they couldn't restrain. Yen Zhaoge didn't mind this at all. Opening his mouth wide like a lion, he had originally been unceasingly probing the other party's bottom line. He immediately changed his target, the water of the abyss of the Nine Underworlds. This time, the primordial heart devil agreed, without hesitation. The white cloud-bound flag was indeed afraid of the seawater of the Nine Underworld's demon sea abyss. However, the orthodox Taoism had the incongruous Divine Mother who could dispel the white cloud-bound flag, so they did not lack the seawater. Now that they had it, they could use it to defend against other enemies. The Wuji apricot yellow flag was still missing, although the descendants of the Orthodox Taoism were doing their best to search for this treasure of the jade, clear lineage, who knew if it had fallen into the hands of their enemies. At that time, their own people would be blocked by the Wuji apricot yellow flag and be helpless. That would be too ironic. With this transaction concluded, Yen Zhaoge did not stop as he indicated for Feng Yunxing to continue probing. However, the Nine Underworlds weren't willing to continue cutting their flesh. Yen Zhaoge and the others looked at each other. Then they all nodded towards Feng Yunxing. In the end, they still had to contend for the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority against Feng Yunxing. Although they had to give up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the Nine Underworlds, it would depend on both sides' capabilities. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The Orthodox Taoism had enough confidence to face the Nine Underworld's challenge. At most, everyone would just have to rely on their own capabilities. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm as well. She set a date with the primordial heart devil. If that's the case, we'll meet again. Fellow Taoists, we'll meet again later, said the primordial heart devil quietly. After Feng Yunxing severed the connection with the Nine Underworlds, she looked towards the others. Contact Senior Suo and the incongruous Divine Mother. Let's make some preparations. Yen Zhaoge said, inform Taoist Yang, and the others as well. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. Yen Zhaoge held Feng Yunxing's hand and looked into her eyes. Feng Yunxing smiled and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. We still have to be wary of the vast freedom, Heavenly Devil personally joining the fray. Although the possibility of that happening is extremely low, said Yen Zhaoge, if it isn't the vast freedom, Heavenly Devil, It would most likely be the primordial heart devil or senior apprentice brother, Nya. Feng Yunsheng blinked. Could it be senior apprentice brother Nya? That's why the 9 underworlds agreed. So readily? Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If it really is senior apprentice brother Nya, I'll give the 9 underworlds a surprise. Still, I'm afraid that they won't do that. Oh. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows and turned to look at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled. When I asked you to bid against them for the white cloud-bounded flag, it wasn't just a bid. Your goal was the seawater of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea abyss? Feng Yunsheng pondered. That's right. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Also, your true goal in wanting the seawater of the 9 underworlds' devilish sea abyss was not for the white cloud-bounded flag, the yin-yang apricot yellow flag, or the green lotus flag, but for something else. Feng Yunsheng understood. You first asked for the white cloud-bounded flag, and then the seawater. Not only was it a negotiation tactic, it was actually also to mislead the 9 underworld's devils, causing them to misjudge the purpose of the seawater you obtained. Yen Zhaoge nodded, smiling. Precisely so. Still, I don't know what you're up to this time. Feng Yunsheng shook her head, sighing. Still, this way, when we really meet, we'll have to first obtain the seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea abyss. It's just that when we really get there and time is tight, will you be able to immediately put it to use? There's indeed not enough time for a greater use, needing time to prepare. Still, a small use can still be put to use on the spot. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng said, the 9 underworlds helped the demon race last time. There might be other powers interfering in this matter between us and the demon race. While it had been a prearranged deal, the smell of gunpowder in the transaction itself was rather sufficient. It was not impossible for it to turn into a full-blown war in the end. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Taoism and the 9 underworlds would not really start a war, giving other powers a chance to profit from it. However, the situation was ever-changing, and the results hard to predict. Many things had to be guarded against. The 9 underworlds must have also benefited from the demon race that time. Yen Zhaoge muttered, it is most likely related to the devilish fire seed that Taoist Luya possesses. Chapter 1681. At the end of the day, all the forces were plotting against the 9 underworlds. Sometimes he tolerated 9 Nether for the sake of the future, and he would even take the initiative to make things easier for 9 Nether. Knowing that, 9 Nether also had her own plans, and everyone was making their own preparations. It was for the same reason that Feng Yunsheng had given up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority to the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, if all the forces joined forces to seal the 9 underworlds, even if they didn't besiege it, they could still turn the 9 underworlds into a pool of stagnant water. Previously, when they were fighting for the Buddha's Saraira, 9 Nether had suddenly helped the demon race. She must have obtained some benefits from the demon race. To be precise, this was also the demon race giving the 9 Nether some convenience. Of course, their ultimate goal was still for their own convenience. At the moment, everyone was taking what they needed from the transaction. The demon race could gain some benefits immediately, but on a deeper level, they were still planning for a longer period of time. What Yen Zhaoge and the others were doing now was somewhat similar to this. To a certain extent, the moment the 9 underworlds agreed to the trade, it was no longer a matter between Yu Yi and Nie Jingshan. Instead, it was a matter between the entire Taoism and the 9 underworlds. In fact, other forces might even be involved, which would affect the overall situation in the future. After the discussion, everyone began to contact their own people. The first person he contacted was the incongruence Divine Mother, who was currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. The incongruence Divine Mother had no objections. She and the Immortal Extermination Formation fused with the Void, as if they were hovering above the heavens. Previously, she had been paying more attention to the battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, she shifted her attention towards the 9 underworlds. The formless changes were hard for others to sense, but as a Tao realm almighty, the great freedom heavenly demon would definitely sense it. Yang Jian also received the same notification. Although he did not return, he sent a message back saying that he would pay attention to the matter. Perhaps he wouldn't personally participate in the transaction and confrontation between the Tao sect and the 9 underworlds, but Yang Jian would naturally pay attention to the movements of the demon race, the Western Pure Land, and the other forces to prevent others from benefiting from it. The news was also sent to the great Taoist Master Xian Du in the Tushita Palace. The other party would also pay attention to it. On the other side, Suo Mingzhang sealed the Great Peace Imperial Cliff Heaven and went out. Having come out this time, he had also brought the cleansed green lotus flag with him, returning it to Yan Zhaoga. While facing the 9 underworlds, the green lotus flag would most likely not be of much use. Yan Zhaoga still happily accepted such a precious treasure. After everyone finished packing up, Yan Zhaoga let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Yu Yi and Yu Xinbei's calm expressions. Let's go. The group left the Tao heavens and traversed through the endless void. For Feng Zai and the others, they didn't need to look for him. It might be difficult for martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases to find it. However, Yan Zhaoga and the others soon arrived at the land of Tranquil Stream. With the cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and Suo Mingzhang, it was not impossible for them to break through the 9 underworlds' devilish qi that was corroding space. However, there was no need for them to do so now. Standing on the pitch-black territory, Yu Yi didn't appear to be daydreaming like she usually did. Instead, her expression was focused, and her eyes were brimming with vigor. On the contrary, as Yan Zhaoga surveyed the surrounding tranquil stream, his gaze was unfocused, as if his mind was wandering. Feng Yunsheng concealed her aura. In the land of Tranquil Stream, she seemed to be like a fish in water, as if she had completely blended into the darkness, making it difficult for others to detect her. On the other hand, as Suo Mingzhang stood there, he seemed to be the center of the cosmos. Even if he was in the land of Tranquil Stream, filled with devilish qi, it was still a shocking sight. You're taking a risk by coming here. Do you know that? Suo Mingzhang stood there calmly and suddenly asked Yu Yi. I know. Yu Yi answered, Zhaoga and the others warned me. She was the one and only cultivator of the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. As long as she was still alive, even if others obtained the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. If not, she wouldn't have been hunted by Zhang Buxu in the past. The chaos extinguishing origin scripture's existence was also an eyesore to the 9 underworlds and the doomsday heavenly devil. Even if Yu Yi perished, Yan Zhaoga, the incongruence divine mother, Gao Qingxian, and the others still possessed the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. However, due to Zhang Buxu perishing in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao also possessed this scripture. If they were to be careless, the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao might take the initiative and suppress the cultivator's cultivation to a lower level, which would make it easier to deal with them later. They had to guard against this. As such, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng had warned Yu Yi from the very beginning. Other than Feng Yunsheng, Yu Yi was also bearing some risks in coming here. However, Yu Yi didn't stop because of this. Instead, she insisted on coming here. Far away, amidst the greasy and filthy dark, tranquil stream, human silhouettes suddenly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 2. One was a tall youth with a cold expression, while the other was a benevolent old man with a leisurely expression. Their appearance caused Yan Zhaoga's gaze to focus once again. He was very familiar with both of them, Nie Jingshin and the primordial heart devil. The two's aura was calm, without any devilish intent. One was like a sheathed sword, while the other was like an ordinary old man that could be found anywhere in the mundane world. Thank you for coming here. The primordial heart devil smiled warmly and cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoge and the others. Yu Yi ignored the primordial heart devil and stared straight at Nie Jingshin. Nie Jingshin calmly looked over and stared at her. Yu Ye's lips moved, but no sound came out. Her gaze towards the man in front of her was filled with ripples. On the contrary, the calm-looking Nie Jingshin greeted first. Long time no see. It seems like your injuries are completely healed. Congratulations. Hearing his indifferent tone, Yu Ye's breathing became stifled, and she became even more speechless. Nie Jingshin calmly looked towards Yu Jinbei and nodded. Long time no see. How are you? After a brief silence, Yu Jinbei slowly said, I'm fine, but not you. I'm fine as well. Nie Jingshin's expression remained calm. After saying that, he shut his mouth. He had always been cold and quiet, but he was mostly directed towards his enemies and outsiders. In Yu Ye's and Yu Jinbei's eyes, they only felt that he was familiar, yet also unfamiliar. Chills filled their hearts. May I know about our previous agreement? Asked the primordial heart devil with a smile. Yen Zhaoge was also looking at Nie Jingshin. He retracted his gaze and turned towards the primordial heart devil. He said plainly, how about you express your sincerity first? Of course. The primordial heart devil nodded and pointed his finger forward. Streams of black water flowed across the skies of the land of Tranquil Stream, instantly transforming into a vast ocean. The ocean water wasn't as filthy as the Tranquil Stream. Although it was pitch black like ink, it looked clean and radiant without any impurities. Chapter 1682. Although the water was clear and without any ripples, it originated from the 9 underworld's core, the devilish sea. It was the dirtiest thing under the heavens, surpassing even the surging blood river and the filthy soil. Treasures like the green lotus flag and the white cloud boundary flag excelled in defense. However, they couldn't withstand the seawater's contamination. Even the 9 underworld's devils didn't dare to approach the devilish sea's abyss. The seawater was right in front of them. To many people, using a container to store it was a serious problem. However, it wasn't a problem for Taoism's people. Suo Mingzhong opened his palm, and specks of starlight shone on his palm. As the radiance expanded, it enveloped the black seawater. The primordial heart devil smiled and nodded, as expected of Taoist Suo's heaven culmination title. You're flattering me. Suo Mingzhong replied plainly. The primordial heart devil turned to look at Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Now, can we begin? Yunsheng? Yen Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng nodded and calmly looked at the primordial heart devil. On the other side, Yu Yi looked at Nie Jingshin with a face filled with worry. Although Yu Jinbei's expression was solemn, his gaze was also fixated on the familiar figure. Nie Jingshin's face remained expressionless. He no longer looked at Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei. Instead, he turned around and entered the darkness, disappearing into the depths of the tranquil stream. Seeing how he didn't have any reluctance to leave, Yu Yi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. A hint of pain appeared within Yu Jinbei's gaze. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng squinted their eyes. Should we keep him here? Asked Suo Mingzhong. He didn't care about the primordial heart devil's presence. We can't, answered Yen Zhaoge softly as Nie Jingshin disappeared. If Nie Jingshin didn't stay, forcefully bringing him out of the 9 underworlds would be too difficult. After all, he was a grand heavenly immortal who was an extremely powerful extinct fiend sovereign with extraordinary strength. Moreover, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworld's great devils were present. Even if the orthodox Taoism gathered all their experts, the vast freedom heavenly devil would still appear. At that time, even with the immortal extermination formation, both sides would suffer great losses, and the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the heretics would benefit from it. Most importantly, it was meaningless for both sides to suffer. Nie Jingxin would still not be able to return. Instead, Yan Zhaoge made a mental note of his current act of disappearing, as though he was deep in thought. "Let's talk when we get back." As Yan Zhaoge spoke, the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan simultaneously appeared by the side, bringing Yu Yi and Yu Xinbei away from this place. The primordial heart devil was still smiling, as if he didn't mind Suo Mingzhang's suggestion or Yan Zhaoge's actions. He only smiled and nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. "If that's the case, let's begin." As he spoke, colorful, auspicious clouds appeared above the old man's head. A spot of black blossomed in the center of the auspicious clouds. It was evil and pure, like ink, and quickly spread out in the auspicious clouds. The auspicious clouds were instantly dyed black, but they were still emitting light. Gazing carefully, Yan Zhaoge and the others vaguely saw that a deep abyss was vaguely reflected within those black, auspicious clouds. An oppressive and frenzied aura permeated the air. Even with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Suo Mingzhang's cultivation, they felt slightly agitated, as if the deepest abyss of the 9 underworld's devilish sea had descended right in front of them. Within the depths of the devilish sea, 12 pillars vaguely appeared. They were scattered all over the place, and their arrangement wasn't orderly. Their heights and thicknesses were also different, as if there wasn't any pattern to them at all. However, different concepts were naturally contained within. They were profound and unfathomable, and went against the laws of the world. They formed their own style, and constantly clashed with each other. On top of the 12 pillars, some of them were empty, while some of them had silhouettes faintly discernible. On top of one of the empty pillars, a blood fog gradually arose. The blood fog was chaotic and blurry, making it hard to discern what was happening. However, the blood fog slowly floated and flew out of the black 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss. It seeped out of the black, auspicious clouds and materialized closer to Yan Zhaoge and the others. "Taoist Feng, please," said the primordial heart devil politely. Feng Yunsheng's expression didn't change. A chaotic abyss manifested above her head. It looked somewhat similar to the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss, and the primordial chaos before the world was split apart. The dark, chaotic abyss expanded outwards, and its blurry boundary came in contact with the blood fog. A clear silhouette started forming. Feng Yunsheng's body trembled slightly. The originally dark and obscure chaos started becoming more and more concrete. In the end, it was like boiling water, constantly rumbling and boiling. "Ho!" Feng Yunsheng let out a long sigh. She shook her head towards Yan Zhaoge and Suo Mingzhang, indicating that she was fine. On the other side, the black, auspicious clouds above the primordial heart devils had reflected the 9 underworld's devilish sea's pillar. There was nothing on top of the blood fog's origin pillar. However, from Yan Zhaoge's perspective, the pillar itself seemed to have undergone some changes. The pillar became even more obscure and dim. Within the pitch-black abyss, it became even more blurry, hollow, and hard to observe. As for the blood fog, it became denser and gloomier. It even gradually turned black. "You're asking for too much." Feng Yunsheng suddenly snorted coldly. As the chaotic abyss above her head surged, it gradually regained its calmness and became dark and unpredictable. However, the blood fog didn't seem to give up. It only sucked in the Luo Yuan formed by Feng Yunqing's martial concept. Dao is Feng, you're wrong. If we stop now, not only would we not gain anything, but we would also suffer a huge loss. The primordial heart devil was still smiling like a haggling vendor in a market. However, Yan Zhaoge and Suo Mingzhang were aware of how dangerous the transaction was. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge difference. Are you trying to force a trade? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It could be seen that when Feng Yunsheng returned a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the 9 underworlds, she had also gained something else from the 9 underworlds. That was why the primordial heart devil said that if they stopped now, not only would the 9 underworlds not gain anything, but they would also suffer a loss. Yan Zhaoge would naturally be happy to see the 9 underworlds suffer a loss. He immediately extended his hand and placed it on Feng Yunqing's back. The blood fog existed between reality and illusion. It couldn't be severed externally. Feng Yunsheng would still be the one to compete. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's minds seemed to be connected. Following Feng Yunqing's will, he seemed to have peeked into some of the 9 underworld's profundities. At this moment, the 12 pillars seemed to be right in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's eyes, yet also seemed to be separated by the horizon. Chapter 16, 83. The 12 pillars gradually became clearer, and faces seemed to appear within the blood fog. There were male and female faces, old and young faces. Most of them were unfamiliar to Yan Zhaoge. However, to Yan Zhaoge, who had been researching the 9 underworld's devilish Tao for many years, he was unfamiliar with them because he had never interacted with them. However, he had seen images of some of their faces before. These people were all from the beginning of the primordial epoch, when the world was first formed. After experiencing the long years until now, each of them was a heavenly fiend god's body. Eventually, Yan Zhaoge's acquaintances appeared. Yin Shiyang, Chu Lily's father, Chu Heng, Chu Lily, Chen Xuanzong, and Shi Jun's mother, Ying Yuzhen. The last person that appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng was Nie Jingshen. However, unlike the others, Nie Jingshen's image gradually materialized and stood between the 12 pillars. Beside him, there was an even dimmer black shadow that stood shoulder to shoulder with him. As expected, the Wood Devil and the Devil of Aged Metal, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, weren't surprised. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil hadn't truly been born yet. Naturally, other great devils had to arrange for him to fight against Feng Yunsheng. The vast Freedom Heavenly Devil, who was a Tao ancestor, was wary of the other Tao ancestors and the immortal extermination formation. As such, the one hosting the ritual against Feng Yunsheng would definitely be one of the 6 extinct devils. The Shadow Devil's situation was special, and he could only assist from the side. The main force was naturally Nie Jingshen. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng even felt like she was standing face to face with Nie Jingshen. The two were staring at each other. Within the 9 underworld's abyss sea, dark golden sword lights shot into the sky around Nie Jingshen's body. From its ordinary appearance, it instantly became sharp. The vigorous sword lights condensed. At this moment, they were infinitely compressed and lost their sharpness. However, they were still extremely solemn. From a certain perspective, it was similar to Feng Yunqing's Luo Yuan. They were opponents. With the help of the shadow demon from the side, Feng Yunsheng also felt that she was alone when they worked together. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge was facing this threat together with her. However, when Yan Zhaoge moved, the primordial heart devil also moved. This was the reason why Nie Jingshen and the shadow devil were the ones in charge of the ritual against Feng Yunsheng, and not him, the leader of the 6 great extinct demons. You and your wife have always been straightforward people. Since we've agreed on an exchange beforehand, Why are you being so hesitant now?" The old man said with a smile. As he spoke, a five-colored radiance appeared between his eyes. In almost an instant, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Suo Mingzhong all vaguely felt impatient, their minds becoming unstable. "You must be joking. Of course, we have already agreed on a deal. However, exchanging for more and exchanging for less are two different things. If you want to forcefully buy and sell, aren't you being too greedy?" Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Suo Mingzhong snorted coldly and punched the primordial heart devil, without saying anything. His fists and palms seemed to be moving together with the entire galaxy. They charged at the primordial heart devil in an overwhelming manner that spanned across the universe and the entire universe. The primordial heart devil smiled and didn't move. He didn't evade, nor did he resist. However, his figure seemed to have become illusory at this moment. He was isolated from everything in this world, and they didn't come into contact with each other. Suo Mingzhong's destructive majestic power lost its target and passed through the primordial heart devil's illusory figure. Suo Mingzhong's punch missed, and he immediately retracted his power. His palm seemed to have pierced through the primordial heart devil's chest and stopped there. The old man in front of him was still standing there with a smile on his face. "He's healed." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's gaze flickered. The primordial heart devil's abilities were profound. He was neither alive nor dead, and he was everlasting and indestructible. Most existences in this world, including other grand heavenly realm experts, couldn't injure him. This great devil had countless clones, and he seemed to be everywhere. He didn't exist in space. Instead, he existed in every sentient life form's heart. Only some could materialize, and some couldn't. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There would always be a minority that could truly injure the primordial heart devil. Especially when the primordial heart devil was gravely injured, he was even more vulnerable to attacks. Suo Mingzhong's supreme martial art, all-seeing heaven and earth, had already seen through the principles of illusory and real. During the transformation of illusory and real, even the primordial heart devil couldn't avoid his attacks. Unless the primordial heart devil's injuries were healed, and he returned to his peak state. This old devil was faking it. The smile on the primordial heart devil's face didn't diminish. However, the five-colored radiance in his eyes gradually converged. It was no longer dazzling, and it was no longer colorful. The radiance in his eyes was like the usual sunlight. It was inconspicuous, but it was warm and natural. As soon as this gaze appeared, the pressure in Yan Zhaoge and the others' hearts skyrocketed. They were all perturbed, and distracting thoughts filled their minds. At this moment, Xiao Juanhuang's figure seemed to be flickering in front of Suo Mingzhong's eyes. As the two interacted with each other, the scenes of the past flashed through their minds. In the end, they parted without saying a word. Who knew that it would be an eternal farewell after this parting? When they met again, she was already gone. Only the Tsanghua divine tree that bloomed quietly was left in front of them, leaving behind only loneliness. Xiao Juanhuang's voice and smile on the Tsanghua divine tree before her death kept resounding in Suo Mingzhong's heart, lingering for a long time. In the end, the face that appeared in front of Suo Mingzhong was his expressionless self. The face that looked exactly the same as him looked at him calmly and asked, "She's no longer here, and you changed yourself for her. If so, why didn't you compromise back then? She's already dead. What's the point of doing this now? Is it just to make yourself feel better?" Feng Yunxing's heart was also fluctuating. The memories of her life kept appearing in her mind. When she was young, her fate in the eight extremities world fluctuated greatly. After arriving at the world beyond worlds, she went on a long journey and fell into the 9 underworlds. She narrowly escaped death. Although she was blessed after surviving the calamity, there were still hidden dangers under the blessings. She felt like she was treading on thin ice. Up until today, she was conscientious and diligent. She could be considered to have reached the peak. However, where was the path ahead? There was a face that looked exactly the same as her. With a calm expression, she asked, "Is this the life you want? Revitalize Taoism? That's the ambition of Yen Zhaoge or others. What's your ambition? Is your life's goal, now, to support your partner? Will you only live for others forever?" Yen Zhaoge didn't know what situation Suo Mingzhang and Feng Yinsheng were in, but he guessed that they were in a similar situation. At this moment, he was in a trance, and the scene in front of him was also changing. Chapter 1684. Heavy traffic, high-rise buildings. In front of him was a world of concrete, and in his ears was the sound of cars honking. Yen Zhaoge looked at this scene quietly and narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the scene of the great calamity that he had been dreaming about. Instead, it was something buried deep in his memory, as if he had forgotten about it. It was too long ago. Previously, he would only think about the great sage equaling heavens, Erlang God Yangjian, Third Prince Neza, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other familiar names. However, he would only think about some myths, legends, documents, movies, and so on. He would only think about those things that were related to his current life. Most of the information that was not related to the current life would float to the surface of his heart, and then sink to the bottom of the sea in the next moment. It had been too long. Sometimes, Yen Zhaoge would subconsciously think that the experience he had in the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the great calamity was his own past. However, many things, although they had been settled for a while, they were still there and had never been forgotten. Yen Zhaoge blinked his eyes and looked at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his. Have you ever suspected that everything in front of you isn't real? The other person said calmly, "This world is similar to the legends in your memory, but also different. Have you ever thought about why? Could it be that this is just your own dream? Here, you have mixed your memories and diverged your thoughts, causing the legends in your memory to change? Or, everything in the past was just a dream? Zhuang Sheng dreamt of a butterfly. Zhuang Zhou dreamt of a butterfly. And the butterfly dreamt of Zhuang Zhou. Who is real and who is fake?" Before the voice finished, the scene in front of him suddenly began to shake. Tall buildings collapsed, the streets were distorted, and the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. Everything was like a pile of sand, and began to disintegrate, turning into grains of fine sand. The other, him, in front of him, disappeared. After a slight daze, Yen Zhaoge regained his senses, and the scene in front of him returned to normal, just like before. He was still standing beside Feng Yunsheng, with one hand on her back. Above Feng Yunsheng's head, a luo yuan condensed, and a blood mist lingered. The source of the blood mist was the old man standing in front of him. The black, auspicious cloud above his head fluctuated, and the scene changed. In front of the old man stood Suo Mingzhang. Suo Mingzhang's palm was still inside the old man's chest. However, the current Suo Mingzhang's entire body was emitting a faint radiance. The radiance condensed into numerous inscriptions. Under the arrangement of the inscriptions, they transformed into layers upon layers of barriers. As they enveloped Suo Mingzhang, they also enveloped Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. The tall, short-haired man stared at the primordial heart devil coldly. The old man sighed. Heaven interception, it lives up to its name. Suo Mingzhang didn't say a word. His entire body was enveloped by a radiance that seemed to separate the world from the outside. It began to expand and move towards the surroundings. Wherever the barrier of light passed through, there would be faint streams of illusory light that were constantly being cut off, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, the primordial heart devil's body started to shake like water ripples. During this process, his dreamlike body that did not seem to belong to this world seemed to gradually become solid, allowing the people of this world to truly come into contact with him. Suo Mingzhang's fist, which had penetrated into his chest, was still surging with endless starlight and blazing sun. At this moment, the old man frowned slightly as if he finally felt uncomfortable. He could feel the scorching heat from Suo Mingzhang's fist, as well as the destructive power contained within. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The primordial heart devil sighed softly. His body gradually became transparent, as if it was about to disintegrate into a stream of light. However, Suo Mingzhang clenched his fist tightly, as if it had turned into a bottomless black hole. Even light couldn't escape from it, and the primordial heart devil's current body didn't dissipate. The primordial heart devil's gaze flickered. His body seemed to have a watery glow, which seeped into Suo Mingzhang's arm. Suo Mingzhang let out a groan. The heaven interception scriptures, profundities circulated, blocking the primordial heart devil's counterattack. The battle between the two wasn't like the battle between ordinary martial art practitioners. However, the intensity of the battle wasn't any weaker. In fact, it was even stronger. The primordial heart devil continued to attack Suo Mingzhang's heart. As long as it broke through, the inside and outside would fuse together. Not only would it know what Suo Mingzhang was thinking, it would also push Suo Mingzhang into the abyss of the heart devil, making it hard for him to extricate himself. While Suo Mingzhang was resisting the heart devil's attack, he was also restraining the primordial heart devil's marvelous ability. He forcefully dragged the primordial heart devil out from the illusion into the real world, and then heavily injured it. In the battle for the immortal extermination array, Suo Mingzhang forcefully resisted the Dipankara ancient Buddha with the 24 Heavens Sea calming pearl and became famous again. However, because of his personal experience, the primordial heart devil had an opportunity to take advantage of. In fact, among the experts of the same level, the primordial heart devil was indeed a more difficult opponent for Suo Mingzhang to deal with. A zenith heaven immortal's state of mind was naturally stable, and few could shake it. However, if someone had to be able to do it, it would be the primordial heart devil, the source of the world's inner demons, especially the primordial heart devil, who had recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak state. Under the attack of the primordial heart devil, at his peak state, even a zenith heaven realm expert could be broken in an extremely short time if there was a flaw in his state of mind. The primordial heart devil had always been known as the leader of the extinct demons, the number one demon below the Tao realm. It wasn't just because he was immortal. However, the primordial heart devil was facing Suo Mingzhang, whose heaven interception Tao was boundless, and it was difficult for the primordial heart devil to win. However, the primordial heart devil wasn't in a hurry. Although Suo Mingzhang's heaven interception divine light was currently protecting Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, that moment of absent-mindedness was already sufficient for Nie Jingshen and the shadow devil to gain the upper hand. As the blood fog swept over, Feng Yunsheng let out a groan. The chaotic abyss above her head trembled again, and its miraculousness dissipated like boiling water. Within the pitch-black, auspicious clouds, within the dark sea of the abyss, among the 12 pillars, the pillar that represented the doomsday heavenly devil became more and more illusory, but also more and more ferocious. Feng Yunsheng was disturbed by the primordial heart devil and lost the initiative, causing the situation to worsen. Even if she came back to her senses in time and wanted to stop it, she couldn't stop herself. The Luo Yuan above her head showed signs of disintegration, and the blood fog continued to spread towards her. From the looks of it, it seemed like it wanted to suck her into the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge's palm was pressed against Feng Yunxing's back, and he naturally understood the changes in the situation. His other hand immediately started drawing in the void and wrote numerous talismans. "Senior Suo." Yan Zhaoge called out softly. From Suo Mingzhang's sleeve, a starlight automatically flew towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 16, 85. The cluster of starlight that flew out from Suo Mingzhang's sleeve was currently enveloping the 9 underworld's devilish seas, abyss seawater. Yan Zhaoge had mentioned his plan to Suo Mingzhang before, so Suo Mingzhang was already prepared for it. Now, there was no need for Suo Mingzhang to be distracted. When he kept the seawater, he had already made the necessary arrangements. Under Yan Zhaoge's command, the starlight enveloping the seawater flew out. The starlight landed in front of Yan Zhaoge. One of Yan Zhaoge's hands was still pressed against Feng Yunxing's back, while the other hand reached into the starlight. As the radiance circulated, it became slightly dimmer. Then, the pitch-black seawater flew out from within. The handwriting that Yan Zhaoge left behind by writing in the void now resembled a ravine. The seawater poured into it, filling up the empty space, forming a network of interconnected water veins. At this moment, all of these talismans had become completely pitch black like black jade, and they flickered with a clear and glossy sheen. Upon seeing this, the primordial heart devil frowned even more. He recalled the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, which had never appeared before. It was a unique ritual created by Yan Zhaoge himself. In the past, the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual mainly targeted his heart devil. However, the primordial heart devil's injuries had yet to fully recover, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. Now that he had returned to his peak, the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual's effects became limited. As such, even if he knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed such a unique ritual, the primordial heart devil didn't care about it. However, this matter was still lingering in his mind. Through the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, he could easily imagine if Yan Zhaoge had any other new things. 200 years had passed since then. While the primordial heart devil's injuries had healed, the ever-changing Yan Zhaoge might have even more changes. After noticing Yan Zhaoge's actions, the primordial heart devil secretly felt the talismans fused with the devilish abyss's seawater. He instantly noticed some profundities within. He wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Suo Mingzhang was closing in on him. Under the effect of the heaven-severing scripture, he wanted to forcefully drag the primordial heart devil from the illusory realm into reality. The terrifying surging power was like a raging sea tide, crashing towards the primordial heart devil one after another. The primordial heart devil could only watch as the pure black talismans flew into the encompassing yuan above Feng Yunxing's head under Yan Zhaoge's control. The bloody mist was still wreaking havoc, seeming illusory yet real. It was difficult to sever or erase. However, the dark cloud above the primordial heart devil's head suddenly trembled and began to roll. The dark cloud surged, becoming denser and denser, expanding more and more. However, they were also gradually losing control of themselves. Even Nie Jingshen, the shadow devil, and the others in the 9 underworlds felt the ritual becoming unstable and out of control. This sudden change, in turn, affected the blood mist that extended from the black cloud. It was as if the foundation of the pavilion had been shaken and it had become suspended in the air. Naturally, it would become unstable. Although the surface of the tranquil 9 underworld's demon sea was still as a statue without any ripples, there seemed to be undercurrents gradually surging within it. In the deep sea, between the 12 pillars, Nie Jingshen frowned, as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. Suddenly, it was as if he had become the center of an undercurrent. Waves of energy pressed down on him. Then, something happened that surprised him. Feng Yunxing's Luo Yuan seemed to directly pass through the blood mist and black clouds, the boundary between the real and the illusory, the layers of the void, and directly came into contact with the sword light that had condensed into a single point. When the two sides collided, the jet-black talismans also passed through and revolved around Nie Jingshan, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. The shadow devil beside him immediately felt something was wrong and exerted his strength to shake. Nie Jingshan let out a muffled groan as he stumbled backward to avoid the black talisman. The pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil's appearance started becoming clear again. It was no longer as profound as before, and its malevolent nature had also decreased. There were other great devils in the 9 underworlds helping them. At the same time, other devils came out from the 9 underworlds and intended to descend upon the land of the tranquil stream. Almost at the same time, in the boundless void outside of the land of the tranquil stream, many powerful auras also manifested. They were naturally the Taoism's people who were already prepared. The war between the two sides was about to erupt, and it could erupt at any time. In the land of the tranquil stream, the primordial heart devil also frowned. He shook his head and sighed, "What a great move you've made. It seems like we have to stop here today." His eyes flickered slightly, and the black, auspicious clouds above his head started dissipating. The blood mist also became rootless duckweed and was about to disperse. However, while the devils retreated, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunxing didn't. The encompassing yuan above Feng Yunxing's had started expanding and shrouded the primordial heart devil's head. Moreover, it gathered the blood mist and black clouds so that they wouldn't dissipate immediately. Among the 12 pillars of the Abyss Sea, the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil even started shaking slightly. Suo Mingzhang also grabbed the primordial heart devil tightly and didn't give him any chance to retreat. Rays of radiance shone in all directions. Suo Mingzhang continued exerting his strength, and the remaining might shook the land of the tranquil stream to the point that it started disintegrating. The gloomy filth kept fading away, and the desolate void was restored. Taoism kept pushing forward, forcing the 9 underworld's devils to retreat step by step. The void started opening, and one after another horrifying great devils appeared. They were about to take action. On the other side, the Taoism bigwigs started manifesting their silhouettes in the void and were about to descend. At this moment, within Feng Yunxing's vision of the 9 underworld's Abyss Sea, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared above one of the 12 pillars. As soon as the mirror appeared, the Abyss Sea instantly stabilized, and the powerful pressure was directed towards Feng Yunxing's encompassing yuan. Devil ancestor, vast freedom, heavenly devil. Yan Zhaoga also saw the pitch-black mirror. At the same time, faint golden radiances could be vaguely seen above the boundless void. Dense yellow smoke permeated the air, as if they had arrived above the 9 underworlds. The extremely ferocious evil qi was hidden within. Feng Yunxing let out a long breath, and the encompassing yuan above her head dissipated. She let go of the primordial heart devil's black clouds and blood fog, completely cutting off the connection with the 9 underworlds. Within the 9 underworlds, the black ancient mirror didn't make any other movements and allowed Feng Yunxing to retreat. At the same time, above the 9 underworlds, outside the void, the rumbling yellow dust and golden radiances also disappeared and completely concealed within the void. The primordial heart devil wanted to leave, but Suo Mingzhang didn't let him go. He forced the old devil to materialize from illusory, and he had no choice but to take a punch from Suo Mingzhang. The other great devils went forward to receive the primordial heart devil and retreated towards the 9 underworlds. I hope we can fight again. Suo Mingzhang stared at the primordial heart devil with a cold gaze. The old devil coughed a few times. Perhaps. He turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. The young heavenly lord is truly capable of making others look at you in a different light. There are only things that we can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Yan Zhaoge moved his palm away from Feng Yunxing's back. He looked at the primordial heart devil and said, "Thank you for your praise. Although I admit that I'm not at that level yet, since you've said so, I'll continue to work hard." Chapter 1686. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's sarcastic words, the primordial heart devil wasn't angered. He only stared at Yan Zhaoge once again. Due to the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, he was prepared for Yan Zhaoge's sudden attack. He had been thinking about it for a long time and constantly perfected his own technique to prevent Yan Zhaoge from exploiting any loopholes. However, he didn't expect Yan Zhaoge to use the seawater that he had just obtained. Now that he thought about it, Yan Zhaoge's request for the 9 underworld's devilish seas seawater wasn't to deal with the Wuji apricot, yellow flag, and other treasures. Instead, it was to deal with today. The primordial heart devil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When they first met, he had personally given the 9 underworld's devilish seawater to Yan Zhaoge and the others. In the end, it was akin to giving aid to the enemy, which helped Feng Yunxing gain an advantage in the previous confrontation. Suo Mingzhang even kept the seawater at the start, which served as a diversion. The primordial heart devil wasn't enraged. However, his gaze towards Yan Zhaoge became even more cautious. After his gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and Suo Mingzhang, the primordial heart devil led the other devils and disappeared within the darkness. Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't chase after them. Instead, they looked towards another direction. From afar, Buddha light and demonic qi were faintly discernible. Although they were wary of each other, most of their attention was placed on Taoism and the 9 underworlds. Seeing that Taoism and the 9 underworlds couldn't continue fighting, the Buddha light and demonic qi gradually dispersed. At the same time, the other Taoism heavenly immortal bigwigs also disappeared and stopped descending. As this concerned the overall situation, Yan Zhaoge and the others would naturally inform everyone about their gains. As a result, the space that had still been surging with winds and clouds a moment ago became empty at this moment, with only Yan Zhaoge and the other 2 remaining. The original land of Tranquil Stream was shattered and no longer existed. Yan Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunxing and Suo Mingzhang. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Suo Mingzhang raised his right hand, which was still tainted with a layer of watery radiance. The previously transparent and colorless watery light had now become multicolored and overflowing with light and color. However, under Suo Mingzhang's circulation of the heaven-severing scripture, the colorful watery radiance gradually faded and finally disappeared. Feng Yunxing closed her eyes and remained motionless as she stood stiffly in the void. Her face didn't show any strange or painful expression. It was more like she was in deep thought. After a long time, Feng Yunxing opened her eyes and nodded to Yan Zhaoge and Suo Mingzhang. "I'm fine too." After a brief pause, what she said next was earth-shattering. "Nine Nether wants to break the seal that suppresses the primordial heaven devil." Oh, Yan Zhaoge and Suo Mingzhang both narrowed their eyes. Although it had been sealed during the immemorial epoch and had never reappeared, the existence of the primordial heavenly demon still made everyone wary. He was the true leader of the fiendish Tao. the source, the ancestor, the number one existence among the 12 devilish gods and fiends, the first ancestral fiend, the leader of all fiends. His original title should have been Primordial Demon. It was only after he was defeated by the Taoism's Jade Clear Grand Master, the primordial Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, that he changed his name to Primordial Heavenly Devil. Even so, this number one Grand Master of the fiendish Tao was extremely powerful. Even after thousands of years, he was still feared and praised by everyone. Although he had been suppressed by the primordial Heavenly Lord until now, it was mostly due to him being defeated in the battle for the title of Primordial Beginning. As the victor, the primordial Heavenly Lord naturally suppressed the primordial Heavenly Devil. Otherwise, as fellow Tao realm bigwigs, even if the victor could be determined, how could he be suppressed for so long? After the primordial Heavenly Lord's transcendence, the difficulty of the primordial Heavenly Devil regaining his freedom increased. Unlike the great sage equaling heavens who was suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha, everyone was wary of the Tathagata Buddha. With how important the primordial Heavenly Devil was to the fiendish Tao, the 9 underworld's devils would naturally try to help him break the seal regardless of the consequences. Although the fiendish Tao was often suppressed, there was still the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. However, breaking the seal of the primordial Heavenly Lord wasn't solely based on one's strength. There were other considerations as well. I see. Yen Zhaoge let out a sigh. The reason why senior apprentice brother Nia entered the fiendish Tao wasn't because of the devil of aged metal, but the primordial Heavenly Devil. Suo Mingzhang raised his brows. Earlier heaven nascent form? Yen Zhaoge nodded. The earlier heaven nascent form isn't inferior to later heaven. It's the beginning of all things, and it coincides with the primordial peerless form. As such, Nie Jingshan's path of comprehending the secrets of peerless infinity wouldn't be as rough as Yin Tianxia's. If Yin Tianxia or the others didn't have the jade-clear primordial heavenly scriptures, peerless heavenly scripture, as their foundation, their path would become more and more difficult. The tranquil, profound, immortal might very well be their end. Cultivating the grand, clear Tai Fist or the prime clear chaos extinguishing origin scripture was another matter altogether. While the principles were the same, it was a different path, which was equivalent to changing one's foundation. Even if Nie Jingshan didn't have the peerless heavenly scripture, it wouldn't be as difficult for him to comprehend the jade, illusory, peerless infinity soared like others. While it was impossible for him to reach the Tao realm, he had hope of reaching the grand heavenly realm as long as he had the capabilities to do so. His path was correct and smooth. This was one of the miraculous aspects of his earlier heaven nascent form. This was the main reason why he was targeted by the 9 underworlds. The physique suitable for the devil of aged metal's rebirth was merely incidental. This is the 9 underworld's true plan. Feng, Yunsheng said faintly, not only is senior apprentice brother Nia a suitable physique for the devil of aged metal, but he's also a suitable physique for the primordial heavenly devil. Nie Jingshan isn't the first person born with the earlier heaven nascent form. While this physique is extremely rare, it isn't unique in history. So, Mingzhang said slowly, why didn't the 9 underworlds do anything before? It seems like this isn't the only condition required for the primordial heavenly devil to break out of the seal. It needs to be close to the doomsday heavenly devil's birth. Feng, Yunsheng sighed. The end is also the beginning. Suo Mingzhang's expression remained calm. He nodded. I see. It seems like the 9 underworlds is really aiming for the 12 devilish grand formation. The 12 devilish grand formation. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, everyone is plotting against the 9 underworlds, and the same goes for the 9 underworlds. The moment they are closest to success is also the moment they are closest to failure, and vice versa. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Yinsheng nodded. Indeed, from the looks of it, the final conclusion between her and the 9 underworlds would be decided here as well. She already knew that there would be a tribulation, and now she was slowly getting a glimpse of its true nature. Yan Zhaoge's next words suddenly changed. Everyone is plotting against this. Back then, how many of them knew about your matter and senior apprentice brother Nie's matter? How many of them watched everything happen, and even went along with the flow? His gaze was faint, and a cold intent leaked out. Chapter 1687. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was currently filled with coldness. Just like how the Xuandu great Taoist helped the 9 underworlds obtain the grand heavenly devil's authority from the Elder Lord, the Western Pure Lands also returned the 9 underworlds' faceless heavenly devil's authority. To a certain extent, those plotting against the 9 underworlds were condoning the 9 underworlds. Making things convenient for others was convenient for oneself. In the end, of course, it was still for one's own gains. Previously, the Tashita Palace exchanged for the immortal exterminating sword, and the Western Pure Lands used it to exchange for the vast freedom heavenly devil's assistance during the immortal extermination formation. While these were part of the deal, in the end, it was still related to the upcoming battle. It was related to the 9 underworlds' fate, as well as the few grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts' opportunities to ascend into the Tao realm. The 9 underworlds wanted the primordial heavenly devil to break free from the seal, the doomsday heavenly devil to be born in advance, and the 12 devilish heavenly formation to appear within the world, dominating the entire world. However, when they were the closest to success, it was also the opportunity that others were waiting for. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, it would depend on whose methods were more brilliant. Before this, other than being on guard, resisting, and restraining the 9 underworlds, the other forces would also condone the 9 underworlds. In fact, they would even help and cooperate with them. From the grand heavenly devil and the faceless heavenly devil, it was hard for Yan Zhaoge to not link it to Feng Yinsheng and Nie Jingshen. He looked towards Feng Yinsheng. In the past, the exalted Rahu, luminary, Jian Shenhua faked her death to plot against the 9 underworlds under the help of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. Gao Han, Ling Qing, and the others seemed to know about this matter. Only, their understanding of the details was limited. However, from what they knew, the great devil that Jian Shenhua was plotting against was the devil of aged metal. Who would have thought that it was the Tao realm's doomsday heavenly devil? As such, when Ling Qing first saw Feng Yinsheng returning from the 9 underworlds, she was extremely shocked. Yan Zhaoge assumed that Ling Qing wasn't acting. However, who could be sure that what the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor told her was the truth? In the past, whether Jian Shenhua acted according to the plan or changed the plan on her own accord, only the people involved would know. The roles that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor played were also worth pondering. Was it their plan from the very beginning, or was it because Jian Shenhua acted on her own, or was it because the 9 nether darkness did something on its own, and they just let it be? If they were merely insiders, then to what extent did they understand all of this? Because of the Rahu saber, Feng Yinsheng was involved in this matter. Was it the result of someone's intentional arrangement, or was it an accident? Apart from Feng Yinsheng, Jian Shenhua, and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, how much did these Taoism bigwigs know about Nie Jingshen, the primordial heavenly demon, and the devil of aged metal, especially the great Taoist Master Xian do? After all, he was on the same level as the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others. All of them were specifically plotting against the 9 underworlds in order to obtain the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. He was currently one of the people closest to the Tao realm. These peak powerhouses had all experienced too many endless years, so they all knew how precious opportunities were. They were extremely rare, hard to come by even in an epoch. When the opportunity came, in order to seize the opportunity, there was nothing that could not be used and sacrificed. The example of the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the central blessed lands of Saha's great tribulation and great calamity was right before their eyes. How many lives were lost, and how many experts perished in those two calamities? There were countless of them. If they knew too little, they would be tricked to death without knowing why. The more they knew, the more they understood that the truth was often cruel. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. From a certain perspective, the revival of Taoism and the birth of a new Tao ancestor at all costs was an urgent matter. In other words, a certain Taoism heavenly immortal bigwig's desire to ascend to the Tao realm coincided with the orthodox Taoism's current objective needs. Especially if one's own sect didn't succeed, another Tao ancestor might appear on the opposing side. In order to achieve a result, some sacrifices might be unavoidable. However, the outcome would be the same if an individual understood the cause and effect and willingly sacrificed himself, compared to being thrown into the chessboard like a chess piece, or even being sacrificed as a pawn. The outcome would be the same. However, the feeling it gave to the person involved would be completely different. It's often said to dispel the false and retain the true, to see the truth, to not be confused by the heart, and to not be confused by the emotions. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. However, it seems like my cultivation is still lacking. Feng Yunsheng and Suo Mingzhang remained silent. They could sense the emotions contained within Yan Zhaoge's words. Yan Zhaoge didn't hide his words from them. Needless to say, Feng Yunsheng and Suo Mingzhang could be trusted as well. Although their current strength was ranked amongst the top of the grand heavenly immortals, they were also chess pieces that had just jumped out of the chessboard like Yan Zhaoge. However, just like Yan Zhaoge, they were chess pieces that had just started jumping out of the chessboard. Even if they were to start their own schemes, they were not the ones who had been scheming for the 9 underworlds all along. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was dim as he looked at the dark, boundless void. He didn't know how deeply involved the great Taoist Xiandu was, and how much he knew. However, with the great Taoist Xiandu returning the supreme heavenly devil's authority to the 9 underworlds despite the elder lord's inaction, Yan Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he didn't know anything about the doomsday heavenly devil and the primordial heavenly devil. Whoever was plotting against the 9 underworlds next round wouldn't be able to escape suspicion. At most, it would only be a difference of how deep they were. Would they personally take action, or would they silently allow it? Whether the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor, who plotted against Jian Shunhua to the 9 underworlds in the past, knew nothing about it. However, on the other hand, if they were also players of chess, what was their motive? Was it to help the great Taoist Xiandu, or were they plotting against the 9 underworlds next round? Did this mean that under such a low-profile and secretive situation, there were also people nearing the Tao realm waiting for the final opportunity? Only, unlike the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamayuri, Taoist Luya, and the great Taoist Xiandu, they weren't known by others. In order to prevent others from obstructing their path, everyone kept their own path of cultivation a secret. Only none of them were easy to deal with, especially the Tao ancestors. Although most of them wanted to hide it, they were still exposed. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There might be someone who slipped through the net. From the outside, it seemed like there was no way to enter the Tao realm. In fact, only he knew about it. He had even secretly made preparations, and was only left with one last step. Yan Zhaoge sighed and turned his head to look at Feng Yunsheng And Suo Mingzhang. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I feel like cursing. I can't help but suspect if the 9 underworlds purposely leaked this information to us in order to sow discord among us and cause chaos among us. The information was real. It wasn't fake. However, it was precisely because it was real that it had such lethality. Chapter 1688. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Suo Mingzhang said quietly, "Only time will tell us the answer. If someone personally arranged it, then there might be evidence. However, it would be hard to prove if someone knew about it or how much they knew. Only when the outcome was revealed would they be able to see some clues. Perhaps it won't take too long." Yan Zhaoge pondered and looked towards the distant, starry sky. After a while, he retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, we did gain something else this time. He raised his hand and wrote something in the air. Black runes appeared once again and circulated within the void. As radiance flickered, the black 9 underworlds sea's water was extracted once again. Feng Yunsheng opened her palm and kept the seawater. Then she looked towards those runes together with Suo Mingzhang. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. The runes transformed and rearranged themselves in midair, transforming into a profound scripture. When they gathered together, they resembled a huge rune formation. Within the rune formation, many profound concepts were revealed. Yan Zhaoge stared at the rune formation and felt the changes within. He said softly, "It's a little rushed. Although we stopped the primordial heart devil from interfering, we can't do anything about the 9 underworld's great devils." Feng Yunsheng said, "The wood devil reacted very quickly. We don't have much time." "Yeah, that's right." Yan Zhaoge nodded. However, it also proved one thing. Because of his earlier heaven nascent form, senior apprentice brother Nie's incarnation of the devil of aged metal isn't stable. Unfortunately, our true opponent isn't the devil of aged metal, but the primordial heaven devil. Yan Zhaoge let out a breath. We still have to wait for the final moment. That's when everything will be revealed. Those of Taoism might have their own plans. Even if Yan Zhaoge could gather all the forces of orthodox Taoism and rush to the 9 underworlds, his opponents might not just be the devils of the 9 underworlds. He would also have to face Buddhism, the demon race, and many other bigwigs. Yan Zhaoge felt that the 9 underworlds, which had always been the public enemy, had now become the target of everyone's tacit understanding. Yan Zhaoge felt that the world was unpredictable. Absurdity and truth were often separated by a thin line, and one standpoint determined right and wrong. This chess game is huge. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. If it really is the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation, and this matter involves the primordial Heavenly Demon and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, then the situation isn't something that Dipankara Ancient Buddha and the others can control. Suo Mingzhang said slowly, "If the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the others want to gain something, they must have the support of a few Tao ancestors." His gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's faces. However, are the Tao ancestors really willing to see the birth of a new Tao realm? The competition between Tao realm almighties against transcendence would only be crueler and more intense than the competition between grand heavenly immortals. If there was no special reason, one more Tao realm expert of the same level meant more competition. To others, it meant one less chance. It was true that those who were first had a huge advantage, but there was no guarantee that they would be the first to take that final step. There was also the possibility of those who came later catching up. From a certain perspective, even though the current Tao realm experts were in constant conflict with each other and were rivals with each other, they would naturally reject the birth of a new Tao ancestor. The contradiction was that the grand heavenly realm experts under them definitely had their own goals and demands. Of course, his core goal was to reach the Tao realm. This conflict was inevitable. How to balance and overcome it was a problem that had to be considered. Find a successor for yourself. Yan Zhaoge looked at Suo Mingzhang and nodded, transcend by yourself and let your subordinate take over this position. Indeed, there could only be one position. However, only a limited number of people were prepared for it. If one's own faction took over this position, they could continue to protect others of the same path, lest they ended up like Taoism in the past. Suo Mingzhang nodded and remained silent. So, in the 9 underworlds, not only is the Dipankara Buddha and the others fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm, but it might also be the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend. Not necessarily, Yan Zhaoge said. Only this is the best outcome for the Western Pure Lands, Astro Mountains, Starry Seas, and the other forces. Back then, while the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had their own reasons for being born, the other Tao ancestors had tacitly agreed to it. They might even have their own considerations, which resulted in the current situation. However, without a doubt, if there wasn't a valid reason, they wouldn't allow such situations to happen. I wonder what's the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend. Otherwise, it would be much easier to make a judgment. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng smiled. This isn't easy to guess. After smiling, she softly muttered to herself, other than the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge said, while there are many clues regarding the 9 underworlds, it's hard to come to a conclusion. Let's see what they're trying to do by heading towards the 12 devilish god formation. Let's return first, said Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge and Suo Mingzhang nodded slightly. The 3 turned around and returned to the universe domain. There, Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei were anxiously waiting alongside Pan Pan and the North Ocean clone. While the two's expressions seemed calm, their gazes were fixated on Yan Zhaoge's group the moment they appeared. Senior apprentice brother Nie's situation is rather complicated, said Yan Zhaoge. When Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei heard it, they felt relieved, and some hope appeared in their hearts. If it were truly hopeless, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't use such words. Seeing their expressions, Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart and said, it's still too early to tell if senior apprentice brother Nie would fall into the devil's Tao. However, even if he doesn't end up like other devils, his situation isn't optimistic. After a slight pause, he continued, this matter involves the ancestral devils. When Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei heard it, their expressions changed slightly. They were aware of the difference between a Tao realm ancestral devil and a grand heavenly realm extinct devil. However, the 2 quickly calmed themselves down, and their expressions returned to normal. Junior apprentice brother Yen, junior apprentice sister Feng, senior Suo, thank you for your efforts. Yi took a deep breath and thanked Yan Zhaoge and the others. Then she stopped speaking and only stood there quietly. Her gaze that was always distracted and unfocused was now as calm as water. However, she was extremely focused. Yan Zhaoge observed her. Although he couldn't tell what she was thinking, he could feel that Yu Ye's state of mind was still rather calm. On the other side, Yu Jinbei's deep voice resounded, life can't be forced. However, even if you know that there's no hope, you still have to try. Moreover, thanks to your kind intentions, Zhaoge, Jingxin, it's still not the time to despair. Chapter 16, 89. Facing Yu Jinbei, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, we'll do our best. Everyone bade farewell and dispersed. Yu Yi returned to the roving jade heavens within the crimson radiance, and Yang heaven, Suo Mingzhang returned to the grand peace royal cliff heaven, and Yan Zhaoge and the others returned to the vermilion royal reed heaven, and the sky beyond skies. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone secretly watched Yu Yi enter the roving jade heavens. Only then did he feel relieved and left. After returning to the sky beyond skies, Yushinbei went to the Jade Capital Crag, while Yen Zhaoge and the others returned to the Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone on the Broad Creed Mountain was worried for Nie Jingxin after hearing about what had happened. However, since things had progressed to this point, they could only take it slow. Everyone knew that they couldn't rush things. After Yen Zhaoge returned to the mountain, he cultivated by himself. Feng Yunsheng was guarding the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, while Su Fei was in charge of the Broad Creed Mountain. Unless something special happened, Yen Zhaoge didn't have to worry about it. He cultivated the 3 flowers above the head and condensed the essence of divinity in order to facilitate his future cultivation. After the solitary flower converged crown, Yen Zhaoge continuously battled against the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, and the others, putting aside the fact that the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord was a mighty Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism. Even if the Dingguang Joyous Buddha had joined the heretics due to historical reasons, his strength was still extraordinary among the grand, heavenly realm heretics. Although he didn't improve as much as Feng Yunsheng, fighting against these grand, heavenly realm experts gave Yen Zhaoge a lot of benefits. These accumulated benefits would aid Yen Zhaoge's progress. He needed time to analyze and accumulate. After thoroughly understanding the various principles, he would use them for his own use. While walking on the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages would bring him limitless glory, the higher he went, the more difficult it would be. Yen Zhaoge lacked references and had to constantly comprehend it himself. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. For those who were immersed in cultivation, time would pass quickly without them noticing. Yen Zhaoge wasn't an exception. As he was fully focused, he didn't pay much attention to the outside world. Only when something extremely important or special happened would he be alerted. For example, in the limitless cloud oath, the Tai Immortal finally succeeded in purifying Neza's fiendish aura, guiding the historical god of the 3 altars sea meeting to truly revive from the calamity of the great calamity and return to this world. Having received this news, Yen Zhaoge was also overjoyed. The true deity Tai and Neza had specially come to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven to bid farewell to Yen Zhaoge and the others. Since Neza had recovered, it was not appropriate for the master and disciple to occupy the universe of Wuji Tantian anymore. They had somewhere to go. Other than bidding farewell, they had also come to thank Yen Zhaoge. I've already heard about what happened from my master. My heart was confused, and I let go of my restraint. I've really made a fool of myself in front of fellow Taoist. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for your help so that I can return to my true self. This great divinity of the 3 altars sea gathering had the appearance of a youth with delicate features of the past, an air of arrogance vaguely visible between his brows. However, as he spoke to Yen Zhaoge now, he was extremely polite and sincere. After experiencing the great calamity back then, after experiencing so many years of torment after his rebirth and awakening, he seemed to be more stable than the rumors said. At the very least, as far as Yen Zhaoge knew, this person was definitely not someone who would stay put. Even though he had become a grand, heavenly immortal, and even though he had looked down upon the world for more than an era, he still did not change his youthful temper. He was famous for being hot-tempered and unreasonable. To put it bluntly, he was just an overaged brat. Not only was he overbearing, but his destructive prowess was also extremely shocking. Only a few people could restrain him. Fortunately, Neza seemed to be much more stable than Yen Zhaoge's impression of him. You're being too polite. We're on the same side. If I can help you, I'll naturally do so, said Yen Zhaoge. I still have to thank little friend, Yen. The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, You've been forgiving us for a long time. It's time for us to leave. With the current situation, we might have the chance to help each other in the future. If little friend Yin has any issues, you can contact us. Of course. Yen Zhaoge asked, what do you plan to do next? I'm planning to make a trip to the Western Pure Lands. Neza said, although I've already ended the grudge between me and Li Jing, this matter still has to be traced back to that baldy Dipamkara. Within these few sentences, Neza revealed his arrogance from back then. Li Jing's actions were related to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. In the past, when I fought with Li Jing, that baldy Dipamkara bullied me and used the pagoda to suppress and refine me. During the Great Calamity, he was also related to it. If I don't take revenge, how can I let this matter rest? Neza's gaze was filled with hatred and anger. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. He didn't think that Neza was being reckless. Great deity 3 altars. Are you planning to directly challenge the Dipamkara ancient Buddha? Neza nodded. That's right. The existence of the immortal extermination formation had completely changed the living environment of the Orthodox Taoism's descendants. If there wasn't the immortal extermination formation, even if Neza was an expert of the Jade, clear lineage's 3rd generation, he wouldn't have a good ending if he dared to directly challenge the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. However, if he directly went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipamkara ancient Buddha, the worst outcome would be him losing to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha in a one-on-one battle. Whether he lived or died would depend on his own capabilities. At the very least, the conflict would be resolved between him and the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. It wouldn't be like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the North Star Emperor, and the others who had to bear the risk of facing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, and other Tao ancestors at any time. Of course, this didn't mean that Taoism's outstanding figures like Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, Feng Yinsheng, or Neza could openly challenge the other forces' grand heavenly immortals, which were weaker than them, and kill their opponents. The few Tao ancestors wouldn't tolerate it. It was just like how Mahamayuri, the Dipamkara ancient Buddha, and Tao Lord Luya wouldn't do such a thing. If they really did so, it would be no different from starting an all-out war, where both sides would perish together. At the end of the day, the so-called openly issuing a challenge could only be done between 2 opponents who were on the same level. In fact, it might even be the weak challenging the strong. Such a problem didn't exist between Neza and the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. First of all, their grudges were extremely deep, far surpassing the norm. Due to various reasons, they had been suppressing their grudges for a long period of time. In fact, the grudges only grew more and more complicated. Secondly, in terms of age and seniority, Neza was far inferior to the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. The younger wasn't bullying the younger by challenging the older. Moreover, they had already broken off their relationship and weren't on the same path. Thus, it wasn't rude or disrespectful. Lastly, and most importantly, according to their past impressions and performance, the disparity between the two wasn't too huge. The victor would only be determined after they fought. In fact, some people even thought highly of the Dipamkara ancient Buddha. Neza's initiative to challenge him wasn't to bully the weak. Instead, he might end up kicking a steel plate. Undeniably, the possibility of the Western Pure Lands taking advantage of the situation to kill Neza still existed. However, the current Orthodox Taoism had the capital to take precautions and take revenge. However, I feel that the Dipamkara ancient Buddha might not accept your challenge, said Yen Zhaoge as he looked at Neza. Chapter 1690. Yen Zhaoge supported Neza's challenge against the Dipamkara ancient Buddha, no matter from his personal perspective or the overall benefits of Taoism. After all, the Dipamkara ancient Buddha was the existence closest to the Tao realm among all the Buddhism bigwigs. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Mahamayuri, he was much closer to the Tao realm than Mahamayuri in terms of cultivation. Even if the Dipamkara ancient Buddha won the battle against Neza, it wouldn't be safe. He had to achieve a complete victory, even if it was a Pyrrhic victory. If his foundation was harmed, it might affect his breakthrough into the Tao realm. As for the outcome of losing, it was obvious. The benefits of winning were limited. At most, he would be able to kill Neza and eliminate one of the top-notch bigwigs of Orthodox Taoism. However, although Neza was strong, he wasn't the current pillar of Orthodox Taoism. Therefore, it wasn't worth it for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. After all, Neza was the one who held a deep grudge against him. He didn't suffer any losses from Neza. Of course, not accepting the challenge wasn't without its disadvantages. At the very least, it would greatly damage the Dipankara ancient Buddha's reputation and prestige. Although this bigwig of Buddhism had a good mental state and wouldn't panic because of this, it would still hurt his pride. Buddhism's Zen cultivation emphasized on the cultivation of one's temperament, such as not being angry, not being humiliated by external objects, and remaining calm. However, it could also be said that one's heart was filled with fear and stubbornness in order to ascend to the Tao realm. If one's thoughts were too heavy, they would no longer be empty. The subtlety of this was a test for the Dipankara ancient Buddha. If it were someone else, it would be fine if he didn't accept the challenge. However, not only was Neza a junior, he even had a deep grudge against him. If Neza came to his doorstep and scolded him, it would be troublesome. If that baldy Dipankara doesn't accept the challenge, I'll stay by the Western Pure Lands entrance and challenge him. Neza sneered. He can afford to lose his face. I'd like to see if the other people in the Western Pure Lands have such thick skin. Yen Zhaoga gave Neza a thumbs up. No matter what, I still wish you success. However, you have to be wary of the other party's dirty tricks. You also have to pay attention to the demon race and the 9 underworlds movements. I've contacted Senior Brother South Pole and Yang Jian. When the time comes, I'll go with my disciple and take care of them in secret. Perfected Tai smiled and said, I believe fellow Taoist Wudong and fellow Taoist Yun Shao will take care of me, since they are in charge of the immortal vanquishing array. Yen Zhaoga smiled. If that is so, it would naturally be for the best. If I am free, I might also go and join in the fun. At that time, I hope that the 3 altars sea-gathering deities will allow us to spectate the battle. It's great that you want to go. Neza said, I'm just afraid that the old thieving baldy won't accept the challenge. With that, he bade farewell to Yen Zhaoga along with the Tai spiritual master, and left the vermilion sovereign reed heaven, disappearing amidst the void's boundless outskirts. Neza had a firecracker temper. He would do whatever he wanted. Very quickly, Yen Zhaoga received news from the outside world. Taoism's 3 altars sea meeting's great divinity Neza had officially issued a challenge outside the Western Pure Lands, challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would decide the location, and Yen Zhaoga only wished for it to happen as soon as possible. The moment the news spread, it wasn't just the Western Pure Lands that were shaken. The Astro Mountain Starry Seas, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were also interested, paying close attention to this matter. It had been many years since something like this happened. Although the Western Pure Lands and the demon race often fought against each other, they were all battles that concerned the whole. There were rarely any private battles. On the contrary, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would occasionally fight against each other in order to obtain more worshippers and establish their own prestige. Now that Neza suddenly mentioned it, everyone was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was within reason. To the ancient Dipankara Buddha, it was a problem that was neither big nor small. The previous contact with the 9 underworlds was only the beginning. Now, the 3 clear lineages' first step of counterattacking. Within the Astro Mountains, starry sea's grand essence heaven, Taoist Luya shook his head and smiled. How could something like this happen before the immortal vanquishing array reappeared? If Neza had reappeared, the three clear lineage wouldn't have such a good candidate. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles said. As for the others, Dipankara doesn't have to accept the challenge. Not accepting a challenge from his peers meant that he had no grudges against them. Not accepting a challenge from his juniors meant that he was magnanimous. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles's expression wasn't pleasant. His son, Fuluozi, had died by the hands of Yenjiaoga and the others. He wanted to use an official challenge to settle his grudges. However, it wasn't easy to pick an opponent. Yenjiaoga and the others who laid down the incomplete, immortal extermination formation to kill Fuluozi had yet to reach the grand heavenly realm. A grand Luo challenging a grand void. Only the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would make people laugh. Even if Yenjiaoga, Yendi, and the others weren't ordinary grand virtual immortals, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles wasn't a heretic grand heavenly realm. Pull one hair, and the entire body will be affected. Whether or not Randang accepts the challenge will change many things. Dowlord Luya smiled. Let's pay close attention. We might be able to learn something. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles nodded. Not bad. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. The final result was that the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not accept the challenge. Whether he was rational or cowardly, one of the oldest Buddhas in the world refused Neza's challenge. Although he displayed a magnanimity that didn't bother with his juniors, those who were aware of the grudges between him and Neza didn't find his demeanor convincing at all. As expected, Neza did as he told Yenjiaoga. He blocked the Western Pure Land's entrance and challenged them to a duel. Unless the Dipankara ancient Buddha can invite Mahamayuri to take action again, he would have a headache. Yenjiaoga smiled and said to Feng Yinsheng, Buddhism had many experts, and not all of them were afraid of Neza. However, only a limited number of people could chase Neza away on behalf of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. A tie was useless. One had to win steadily, without the Amitabha Buddha's interference. Only Kong Xian had the confidence to take down Neza in the entire Western Pure Lands. Other than that, they could only gang up on him. However, if that happened, the outcome might turn into a brawl between the Western Pure Lands and Taoism's lineage, allowing the demon race to reap the benefits. In the end, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had no choice but to keep the duel free. In the Western Pure Lands, Guanyin Bodhisattva secretly contacted the Tai cultivated deity and Neza, hoping to ease their relationship and persuade Neza to leave. Unfortunately, Neza was stubborn. He only wanted to settle the score with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Even the Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't do anything about it. Both sides were in a stalemate. In the end, the Guanyin Bodhisattva helped the Dipankara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. In the end, she set up a difficult problem and forced Neza to retreat temporarily. Neza wasn't willing to give up. After he returned, he thought hard and finally found a way to break through the Guanyin Bodhisattva's mystic heart. As such, he went to the Dipankara ancient Buddha's door again and continued challenging them. Chapter 16, 91. Neza was stumped by Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma access. Although he lost the bet and had to retreat temporarily, he was not willing to lose once and never come back again. After temporarily leaving, he racked his brains to think of a way to solve the problem. He wasn't fighting alone. On the surface, it was Neza challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha alone. However, this matter concerned the entire Orthodox Taoism and the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian, perfected Tai, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs all offered their assistance. Yenjiaoga, who was watching the show, would naturally lend a hand as well. Soon, Neza came again. Although the people from the Western Pure Lands wanted nothing more than to slap him to death, they had no choice but to deal with him. Guanyin Bodhisattva was the one who blocked the Dipankara ancient Buddha on the stage. Naturally, there were also many people standing behind her. After Neza solved it, for a while, there were new problems waiting for him. Both sides exchanged blows, each resorting to their own tricks. Just like that, the battle dragged on endlessly, wrangling all day long. Although Neza was a little impatient, he knew that it would not be bad for him and the orthodox Taoism to continue this stalemate. It seemed that he was blocked and could not see the face of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, but the person who blocked him was also a senior Guanyin Bodhisattva, so it did not hurt Neza's face. After all, the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss was Amitabha's Pure Land. Neza couldn't really barge in and find trouble with the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, the ancient Buddha Randeng had been avoiding him. Others had to bear the burden for him. To Randeng, his prestige would always be damaged. Not only Guanyin Bodhisattva, but the other Buddhist powerhouses were also implicated and put in a lot of effort. In the long run, it was inevitable that he would be dissatisfied. Although Neza had a domineering personality, he wasn't overly impudent. He didn't interfere with the others in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, and only stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was rather calm. He stayed in the Western Pure Land and didn't come out. This wasn't a difficult task for him. However, Neza challenged them every day. In the end, Guanyin Bodhisattva was also at her wit's end. It was useless to mediate and mediate. She could only return to the Western Pure Land and avoid meeting them. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva came to mediate. Both sides went back and forth, entangling endlessly. Time flew by in this process. During this period, even the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had engaged in a few battles. Although Neza was only targeting the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Western Pure Lands energy would inevitably be greatly implicated by the Taoist sects. Under the demon race's support, the blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately suppressed the immortal court, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. In the end, the Western Pure Lands had no choice but to temporarily put aside Neza's matter and contact the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Dipankara ancient Buddha rarely took action personally, and it wasn't like he had to leave the Western Pure Lands. It seemed that this ancient Buddha was determined to pretend to be deaf and mute to the end. He just ignored Neza, who was challenging him outside. Neza had a stubborn temper as well. He treated the void outside the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss as his own home and refused to leave. Every day, he would curse the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Yen Zhaoga paid attention to the news of the outside world, while also concentrating on his cultivation. An immortal realm expert could casually enter seclusion for decades, centuries, or even millennia. Time flew by like water. Counting from the time when Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others had interacted with the 9 underworlds in the land of Tranquil Stream, 200 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 200 years was enough for a few generations of mortals to change. However, to Yen Zhaoga and the others, it was like a dream. Now, they had woken up from their dream. Within the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, within the sky beyond skies, within the cave manor behind the broad Creed Mountain, the meditating youth slowly opened his eyes and took in a light breath. The vast sky beyond skies was instantly filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The spirit chi circulation between the heavens and earth had come to a standstill. At this moment, most people in the world only felt that the sky beyond skies, which was filled with abundant spirit chi, and was a paradise that all martial art practitioners yearned for, had completely disappeared. The heavens and earth were still filled with various phenomena, only all colors seemed to have vanished. In just an instant, the sky beyond skies, which was originally filled with countless spirits, had suddenly entered the degenerate era and dried up. Not only the sky beyond skies, but even the eight extremities worlds, the vast ocean world, and other lower realms that were related to the sky beyond skies seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even the entire Juluo royal reed heaven was shaking. The jade spring heaven within the Juluo royal reed heaven, and the various worlds beneath it were affected as well. Within the jade spring heaven, Tong Xinlin Guang Tongzi and the other bigwigs were all shocked. They felt as if the jade spring heaven's spirit chi was being extracted by the outside world. They hurriedly exited the jade spring heaven and saw that the entire Juluo royal reed heaven seemed to have formed a gigantic spirit chi vein that circulated endlessly. All of the spirit chi was converging towards the sky beyond skies. Within the cave manor behind the broad Creed Mountain in the sky beyond skies, the meditating youth let out a light breath. In an instant, as if the frozen river had thawed and spring had returned to the earth, the sky beyond skies was filled with spirit chi once again. It circulated on its own and stabilized itself. It was as if the previous scene of spirit chi disappearing was just a hallucination. It was the same in the other worlds as well. Tong Xinlin and the others stood outside the Jade Spring Heaven, within the cosmic void of the Juluo Royal Reed Heaven. They watched as the massive spirit chi circulation instantly reversed without any obstruction. It was as if the spirit chi circulation had always been circulating in the opposite direction. The spirit chi that was extracted from the Jade Spring Heaven returned to the Jade Spring Heaven and its subordinate worlds. Everything returned to its original state. Tong Xinlin and the others looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, Guang Tongzi asked, Could it be that the heaven-trampling Lord is going to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly realm? No, challenging the origin heavenly tribulation and attaining the three flowers converged crown's immortal body shouldn't look like this. Tong Xinlin shook her head and paused for a while before saying, This looks like the scene of a virtual immortal condensing the splendor of Qi, but, she said with a hesitant expression, but why would there be such a huge commotion? The person beside her continued, Which virtual immortal could have such a commotion? At this point, the person suddenly shut his mouth, and his voice stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, they spoke in unison. Young Heavenly Lord Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, within the sky beyond skies, within the broad Creed Mountain, Yen Di was conversing with Xue Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng, while Xue Chuqing accompanied him by the side. After feeling that the spiritual qi flow between the heaven and earth had returned to normal, Yen Di held Xue Chuqing's hand, and the couple smiled at each other. Congratulations, congratulations. Xue Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng were full of smiles as they congratulated Yen Di and his wife. Within the cave manor at the back of the mountain, a formless darkness appeared. No one noticed it, as if it came from the faraway skies, or as if it had always been here. Feng Yunqing's figure appeared from the darkness. She pushed open the cave manor's door, and the youth inside welcomed her with a face full of smiles. Above the youth's head, two radiances converged. One divine ability world. The other chi shook the heavens.